What I'd like to do, with council's indulgence, is to adjourn the debate on the governance structure for me to deal with item 3 in the Mayor's report and for us to have morning tea. Are colleagues comfortable with that course of action? Laurie, can I invite you to come forward and sit at the table as we wish to acknowledge you as part of the Mayor's report? We'll just give 2 seconds for him to come in. Yeah, we'll bring him up. Yeah. Laurie, come and join a seat at the table.
Yes.
Laurie, council today wants to acknowledge your nearly 30 years of service to the Nelson Community Patrol. We also in the process want to commend the wider team of the Nelson Community Control and the work that you do. I know that every member around this council table takes huge pride in the fact that our community is one of the safest in New Zealand, and the Community Patrol has been a part of achieving that for our community. 30 years of service is an extraordinary length of volunteer service, and when I read the sort of hours that you have provided that service in monitoring the safety of our central city, this council today salutes you. And so we welcome you to the morning tea. If you'd like to make a few comments before we break, we would welcome it. But today is for the purpose of acknowledging that huge community contribution.
Yeah. I would like to thank the Mayor and the council staff for putting on this time for me. It's a pleasure to know that I've been recognised for the time I've served. But as I was a volunteer, it is actually what I was, a volunteer. So it's a real pleasure to be recognised as a volunteer. Thank you very much.
I think we should pass on. I will move from the chair the resolution in my Mayor's report. I have a seconder from Councillor Courtney. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
And I declare council adjourned for morning tea. Will resume at 10 to 11. Please enjoy the morning tea with us, Laurie.
Did you arrange this?
And I did want to give the officers the opportunity to consider the consistency of the amendment that's been moved by Councillor Stallard and Councillor Kahu Pakipaki as its consistency with the Act and the standing orders, and the answer is that it is. So it is now my intention to proceed with the debate on the amendment. We've had a contribution from the mover and the seconder. What I'm going to do is then ask for contributions from other councillors. Then my intention is to put the amendment, and then that becomes the substantive motion, and then we'll have a debate on the substantive motion. And to be clear, councillors can choose to make a contribution on the amendment and on the substantive motion if it's passed. So just so that councillors are familiar with the process. And just to check, the mover of the amendment has a right of reply? Yes. So after all councillors have made a contribution, I'll then come back to Aaron with his right of reply. Further contributions on the amendment that has been moved. Councillor Sanson.
Sorry, Mayor Nick, and also just before we progress that, just looking at the resolution, I just need to point out that from an officer perspective, the September council meeting will be very difficult, if not, it'll be impossible to meet. We would require October, but if that's...
I'm happy with that amendment from September to October.
By leave, I think would be the right way, is to amend the September to October, albeit I say that this is the problem we've got ourselves in when we've got a substantive amendment on a very important issue and officers not being given the chance to provide any sort of report on it. But can I just seek the leave of council for the resolution to be changed from September to October? Is there any objection to that being included in the amendment? Let's take it as read, and now we will continue to the debate with September being changed to October. Councillor Sanson.
Thanks, Mayor Nick, through the chair. So, yeah, without a lot of time to think this through, I am supportive of standing committees in general. I did speak to that at each of the workshops that we had. I think that all of us are focused on delivering for the community. I don't think there's anybody around this table who wouldn't want to be delivering the best outcome possible for the community. I understand why Mayor Nick, has a preference for this maybe simpler or more streamlined approach of just having one committee, all of council. However, I do support comments or the reasons stated by Councillor Stallard for extending the number of committees, particularly around having broader governance oversight of the various work streams and pillars within council, around kind of devolution of responsibility and sharing responsibility among people around the table, giving those particularly new councillors an opportunity to upskill, to have the opportunity potentially to be a chair or a co-chair, and the learning that comes with that. And also, I do think that it provides greater transparency, more robust democracy for the community. I don't think that it's something to be afraid of. I think, lots and lots of councils around the country have committee structures and healthy collegial relations. And I absolutely have confidence that our council and our group of colleagues, our special group of colleagues, will have a great collegial dynamic no matter what structure we have. I think we're all committed to that, and we've shown that so far. So I don't think it's something for us to be afraid of.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Hodgson.
Thanks,
I
Amanda.
don't think I've got anything further
Oh,
to
I'm
add, but
sorry.
I was just
My
gathering my thoughts. It's all good.
My apologies if I have interrupted you. Please please continue with your
You
comments.
know, it's
That
fine.
wasn't my
It's all
intent.
good.
I misplaced a pause for you concluding your speech. Councillor Hodgson.
Awesome. So I am not supportive of today's amendment. I liken the conversations around our governance structure to our new bus service, which we've just seen implemented. I think that there's not necessarily a gold star destination that we can find where we can say we now conclusively have the best governance structure possible. I think that there's always going to be discussion and tweaks that need to take place. What I do think is that so far under the governance structure we've been operating in, we've made some quality decisions and implemented some quality projects. I look at the work of the Library Task Force, the Community Housing Acceleration Task Force, and the Annual Plan Task Force as examples, and there's many more. I think that when I hear staff say that committees appear to be less manageable in terms of workflow, when I look at council and some of the challenges we face, I think one of the biggest ones is around staff workload. And my number one priority is that we can actually deliver what we set out to deliver. I think that tweaks will need to be made and continue to be made over time. Similar, again, to the bus service. And I think that we haven't given the structure enough time to learn its merits. So for that reason, I am supportive of the original recommendation and not this amended one.
Thanks, Councillor Hodgson. Councillor Skinner.
Thank you, through the chair. I don't support this amendment brought up. Obviously, task force and committees have their pros and cons, and as I've spoken at workshops on this, initially I was very for having committees like previous terms, but this term is quite different. We've got a lot of new councillors, we've got a new mayor, we've got a new CEO, and we have a staff working very hard, very stretched. And the other extreme of committees is much of a lot of pros, and I enjoyed committees last year and the input and the empowerment of those for the committee around the governance table. The downside was we spent a lot of time reiterating topics, a lot of workshops, a lot of paperwork by the staff, and I felt that staff taken away from a lot of their roles by having to present constantly on topics which I think have been very much refined and smoothed and refined this time round. So for last council, it was very appropriate to have committees. For this council, I think it's very appropriate to task force. The task force, to my surprise, have actually worked very well. And to reiterate my comments, and I believe when I questioned the CEO on that, is us going to committees going to create undue pressure on the staff and workload, and that was very much the case. And we are in a difficult situation as governance table getting stuff done. I think the task force are working very well. There's always areas we can refine, which is what we're doing today with the change or addition of some task forces, and they're very evolving. And I think with the task forces, we can change direction very quickly. Committees, for their time consuming, can be a little bit cumbersome, but my main concern is that with this council, we've got a majority of new councillors, a new mayor, a new CEO. I think it needs to be given more time to keep the progression and the pace of work we're doing, which is going very well, that we have been achieving under task forces. My concern, if we go to committees, we'll undo a lot of that good work, and the committees do have their advantages, but I think we're going to put undue pressure on our staff and the CEO. And I thought the other issue, I'm a little bit disappointed in how this has come about today, this amendment, at reasonably short notice. I mean, by all means, you have a right to bring up something, an amendment, as you wish. Nothing wrong with that. But it was made, and it seems to be being narrated a little bit differently. But when we had those when we had those workshops, quite rightly, Nick, you asked for our feedback. You made it clear what your views are. We each made it clear what our views were. And there was a majority view at those workshops that we felt the direction that you were putting in front of us was the direction to go. And if I was a chair and I was asking for feedback, and by all means, if the feedback's different to what I request, and you move with what the majority want, if you've been given that direction, it would be very disappointing to suddenly find you've got an opposite direction being pushed on the day after you've got the report, or on the day you've got the report out. And quite rightly, those workshops are an opportunity for us to give you a bit of direction so staff and yourself can put the energies where needed. And we seem to be taking a bit of a backward step here. So I can understand your frustration there, because I think you rightly read the room. The majority at the table, including councillors who have been here many terms, like myself, have said, no, we want to continue with the task force sessions as now, and maybe reassess it further down the term. So to come out saying, I think there's a stronger majority view and a majority view of experienced councillors that they want committees, that's not correct in my perspective. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Skinner. Councillor Rainey.
I wasn't aware that somebody had said there was a majority view of councillors supporting committees. And I would just like to say, I'm not quite sure how in a workshop you read the room. You know, workshops are workshops, so for people to have a discussion, it's no place to take a kind of a straw poll on things. In that regard, the item that I brought up earlier regarding remuneration, I am absolutely convinced in my mind that the majority of people did feel that it should be a level playing.
No, it's incorrect.
It's
moot point. So, how do you read the room and how do you come to a conclusion? So I fully respect the fact that you think you came to a conclusion. That's your prerogative. And I would like to go on record as saying I think that you're to be congratulated for the collegial way that we're all getting on working. I think it's exemplary. You know, it's a fresh way of operating in this council, and I think you are to be congratulated for creating that environment. I also would like to congratulate you on task forces. I think they are working extremely well. I think you're right, and all of the aspects of the task force, getting on with the job, being free to be able to meet on a less regulated time as you would for a committee, is to be held up as a model that's working well. There's no reason in my mind that if we were to change to standing committees that the task forces wouldn't be able to continue, because I think they would be able to continue, and I think they should continue. It just really would boil down to who do they report to, either to a committee or to council. Now, I don't want to get into that discussion here and now. However, I think overall democracy in the city would be served better by standing committees being put in place for this council. The reason that I say that is that I think putting in place standing committees would provide a continuing and increased diversity of governance oversight and a depth of governance oversight over a wide range of council activity and operation that wouldn't be encompassed by what was proposed, i.e. Task forces, normal council meetings, and a 6-monthly report from the CE, a comparatively brief overview, as opposed to committee structure that's meeting on a regular basis, where everything has been covered off. The 6-monthly thing, it could work, but it's only every 6 months. I think that is a better scenario. The other thing I'd like to say is, I don't think you should take offence, Mayor Nick, that this was brought up in this way, because indeed if Aaron or somebody had brought up this notion of looking at an option of committees, what would have been the outcome? Would we have had it as part of the options that we were considering today? And if that was the case, then why? If that would have been the case, if you had known about this earlier, then why aren't we looking at committees as an option to vote on today? So I don't think you should see it as an affront. Quite simply, let's just put it to the vote and see what happens, because that, indeed, you may well be right. The majority of people may not want it to happen, and this process that Aaron has triggered will bring that to a head. So I don't think you should take it personally. I think that is It's just part of the process. Thank you.
Pete, you posed some questions to me. I don't want to cause offence to council by answering them in a way that would seem to cut across the debate. Did you wish me to answer the questions you raised?
Well,
Sometimes you can ask a question in a way that is what's the
rhetorical.
Rhetorical.
Yes.
If they were
Let's say they were rhetorical.
They're rhetorical, and I was unclear, and good for you to provide that clarity.
No, let's move on. Let's hear what others have to say. No.
Let's go. No, I just wanted to. I didn't want to be seen to be avoiding your questions. On the other hand, sometimes they are exactly that rhetorical, and I'm going to take them in that vein. The next, who else had expressed a view to wish to speak? Councillor Benj.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. I was wrong about this about 3 weeks ago. I'd have serious concerns if this was an ambush. But as the Deputy Mayor was part of the group, I understood he was talking to you about it. And if that's not the case, I'm disappointed, but I believe that to be the case. It's not the first time I've made this comment. I know you have introduced a new system. I believe it's a new system. I'm a new councillor, so I've never been on a standing committee, so I don't know what the difference is. And it's hard for me to spot the difference, if there is one. I've actually had some serious objections to the task forces, which I've rung you personally and talked about, and you've at great length explained the rules to me, which needed doing. So it's not like I've sat on these task forces and just blindly followed what's gone on. I haven't. I've challenged you several times. I have a background in team building, and I know it's 40 years ago. I was just thinking about it, really 40 years ago. I used to get flown around the world to do that for companies like Cali Fruit, Del Monte, plantation companies and so forth. And that is why, if it was an ambush, it would very much upset me. As I said, I don't know the difference, really. The biggest problem I see with being a councillor is that there's like a big group of councillors here trying to do a job. There's the CEO sitting in the middle, and on the other side is a big group of council staff who hold all the knowledge, and we're not allowed to talk to them. Have to go through the CEO or the mayor, and I find that bizarre, and I accept it's the rules, how we have to play. It frustrates me. I find it very, very, very difficult. If standing committees broke down that bottleneck or that wall, then I would like to see it done. But I've made this quote before, and it is that if doing the right thing is difficult, it's not a reason not to do it. And if I like the fact that my understanding is that in the task forces we could have free and frank discussions and views and share ideas, and that in a standing committee it's a bit like what we're sitting at here today, where you have the right to say something and then you have the right to shut up and you don't get another say. Mm-hmm. And coming from a business point of view, if you want to do things, especially things that haven't been done before, it doesn't work in that form. Just doesn't work. You can't bounce ideas around, use the collective brains of everyone present and come up with something fantastic. Never going to happen. So personally, I'd like this set aside so that we could get together and have that free and frank discussion about the whole thing in one room with all of us and slug it out. That's what I'd like to see happen. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Benj. Any other contributions? Councillor Rollo?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Nick, and I'm not quite sure what to say, albeit the light above me keeps flickering, so that's got me on my toes. Look, I'm extremely concerned, unsure about where we're going, and what the outcome of this is going to be. And all I can relate this to is if you watch the All Blacks test on Saturday afternoon, the All Blacks, who are off to win the World Cup in a few weeks' time, were playing pretty shit and were down at half time. They went into the changing rooms and they all got together and they obviously found a new strategy out. They brought the substitutes on and they went out and won the game in the 79th minute to retain the Bledisloe Cup for the 21st year. It sounds something so simple, and why we can't do that as a council, I do not know. I joined this council in October 2022, and when I decided to campaign, I said I was going to bring an approach to council that put the community in the council and it took them on the journey with us. This process we're currently going through, I don't think does that. And so to the public, I apologise. When we got here in the council, I wasn't sure what to expect. And we had a few options, and I recall going to your office, Mayor Nick, and sitting down and saying, right, what am I passionate about and what do I not like? And it's fair to say I was honest with you, and I probably gave you a realisation of who you're going to get on the council. In the 9 months that we've been here since, I've had outcomes of frustration and also some of joy. Sawdust at Tahuna Beach is probably one of them. If it's not broken, you don't fix it. And what I've seen up until today is something that wasn't broken and doesn't need to be fixed. We simply decided that we needed to look around and find some better options. And creating 2 new task force around climate change and a city centre task force for a play area is going to enhance and future-proof our city even more. It's ironic that the day this comes to the paper is the same day that resident surveys on council satisfaction go out. And I wonder if one of those lovely people who's going to receive a letter from the council on what they think can do it twice, one on the first 9 months and one after what happened at the council meeting on the 10th of August at 11:15 a.m. In my view, task force, the council liaison roles seem to be getting things done. There is a frustration that we can't get into the staff and the operations thing, but I think that is something that can be fixed. And as I started by saying that the All Blacks went into the changing room at half time and they got things done. On Saturday afternoon, I was playing football for my beloved Tahuna FC, and our first half was also shit. We turned around, and while we lost the game, we played the best second half of our season, which kept us in the top 5 of the league, something that our team didn't think we were going to achieve this year. Why do I say that? Because if we get in a room today and we find an outcome, I think our council can be one of the best councils that Nelson will ever see. Therefore, I will not be supporting the amendment that's been proposed. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Roller. The Deputy Mayor.
Oh, sure. I think I'm just reflecting and scrambling notes down on a sort of, and I think it's really important just to discuss how we got here. So obviously the establishment of task forces were a new thing for this council. I think in many ways they've been very successful. As part of that, we committed to a governance review to be completed by July of this year. Look, not everything will happen perfectly on time, but I think we're pretty close on that. We had those workshops. There was a view expressed. Then 3.5 weeks ago, I sat down for a coffee with one of our esteemed councillors who said, kind of changing my mind around this. And I went, okay. And then finished up that coffee and got a call from another councillor going, I've changed my mind on this. And so I, had a chat to the mayor and said, this is present. And we had a discussion about how to move forward. Then obviously 3 weeks ago, we had a bit of a workshop where again, it was raised and said, I think this is something worthy of further discussion. Unfortunately, the time we had sort of penciled in for that further discussion was unable to go ahead, and so I think that's one of the reasons why we're seeing this discussion here. And actually, I think that it's not a bad thing at all to be having a free and frank discussion around our governance structure, because it is fundamentally the engine that drives council and the engine that drives our ability to make change as elected representatives. And it's one that we have to own, and we alone, and in accordance to the public, have to own that structure. And it is really fundamental to our success. And I think that whatever we do, we don't want to lose the good bits, but this is no perfect world, and there will always be rooms for improvement. In terms of the matter at hand, I mean, I've expressed clearly in those workshops my preference and view is that I think standing committees offer a useful structure for oversight and direct delivery of change, alongside spreading the workload and signposting to the public who to go to within certain activity areas. I think that there were, in the past council's governance structures, and particularly within the committees, there were issues. I don't think that a structure where you have committees recommending up to council repeatedly is a productive use of time. I think that if we are to go down this route, it is key that the committees have clear, limited and full delegations within their area, and that recommendation function does not sit there, but instead if something is to be recommended, it goes straight to council. Doubling up time is deeply, deeply inefficient, and something that, no matter the case, including with task forces, we should be seeking to minimise. Another core focus, I think, needs to be around actually the staff role in all of this and the staff support. And actually, that is a two-way process, both the wonderful work of our governance advisors in administering and supporting meetings. It is my only concern with the establishment of 2 more task forces is that workload that we are putting down. And I actually think, regardless of the decisions today, we need to have a free and frank discussion about actually what levels of support, particularly from our governance team, are required to make them function. I know for some of the task forces I'm on, actually having them present isn't necessarily necessary. And so I think that's something we should be looking at and reviewing, because this is a process of continual improvement. I mean, I take a view that actually the way you structure your organisation shapes the way your organisation delivers. I have a view that we should have, if we are to have committees, they should cut across our areas of operation. We should be fighting against siloing as much as possible. And so in terms of the specific wording here today, I'm not convinced that we've got it quite right. But I do think that conversation around the transparency and allowing the public to understand and see how decisions are made is something really important to me, and I know really important to many many members of our public, as someone who receives a decent number of emails on this. So in terms of moving forward, I think that if there is the mood around the council table to proceed, that actually walking back these resolutions to simply committing or agreeing to the establishment of standing committees, and then leaving up to a future process of workshops before that October meeting to actually decide and design what is the best fit. Because a part of that will obviously be looking at where task forces sit and their role and how they interact with those committees. And much like an engine, there is a lot of fine tuning to be done. And we don't want it to blow up on us. I think there's a really wide agreement for that around the table. So I'm, as I have been in the workshops, I'm committed to taking the view that will move this council forward most effectively. If there is a strong view around this table that we are going perfectly well as we are, I will support that. But as my view has been, and as the conversation, I think there is some sense of a shared view that continuing that conversation on committees would be important. Then I'm absolutely open to that as well. But I think the key here is that this is our structure to deliver the outcomes and governance outcomes that we need in providing us the information we require to make the best decisions possible. And that is something that we should be fiercely passionate about and have firm, robust discussions on, because getting it right is getting everything that comes out of it right as well.
Thank you. Other contributions? Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, through the Mayor. So I've never been a fan of the British parliamentary tradition gifted to us in 1840. So I was kind of happy with that task force. I do appreciate Councillor Stella bringing this. I know it's a little cheeky, but at least it forced the conversation, which sometimes you need. I agree with Councillor Benj. So this is new to me as well, and I'm not quite sure what it looked like beforehand. And also commenting, and I do find it funny that there is a separation between councillors and staff. The staff are doing an amazing job. Tim King got an award at LGNZ, and he did mention that his councillors do have access to staff. Anyway, I won't be supporting the amendment. I do feel that the task force model has holes in it, but I'd prefer to have more discussion in and around this, and possibly being strength focused and creating something that is I prefer we didn't go backwards. Maybe create something a little bit stronger, and I don't like the idea of public having to fill out a Lagoya to get information. And finally, so I don't know how this works. I want to speak to the playground as well afterwards. Yeah, thanks.
Just be clear, we're specifically debating the amendment, and then we'll come back to the substantive resolution. So there will be the opportunity, Councillor Anderson, for your further comment. Can I apologise to Councillor Courtney? I should have actually called him earlier.
No, I would certainly not be called at all, quite frankly, because we're going over ground that we have covered at a earlier workshop or get together or whatever you'd like to call it. Look, I would be happy to go back to standing committees, certainly. Yes, had no trouble with that at all. But here's the but. This is a fresh initiative that's come forward. Task forces. It's new to all of us. And the more I see of it, the more I'm warming to it. We're getting the job done. We're focusing a small group of people on a particular task force that we all respect, them and their judgments. We're letting them go out and work on a particular issue and bring it to fruition. We're getting things done. Now, that's what the community wants. We're getting it done efficiently, effectively, and from a cost perspective, I hope that comes into it as well. So I feel that we haven't had sufficient time to really see and form an opinion. It's only been a matter of months, and we're still adding to the task forces as we're doing today. So I think they need more time, and it needs more consideration, because this is very, very important. But above all else, it is the mayor's, in my judgment, the mayor's responsibility or prerogative to make these decisions about the formation of committees, or in this case, task forces. And so we mustn't abuse that right. I don't think I have anything more to say on this matter.
Councillor Brand.
Thank you, through the mayor. Sorry, my thoughts are a bit scattered because I've just been processing since I've seen this put up here to process. Like Councillor Benj mentioned, I got a phone call a few weeks ago, but then heard nothing more and just sort of pushed it aside and moved on. So my thoughts on this, I just want to clear up one thing about what happened in the workshop, about a comment that was made that all previous elected members stated that they supported the committee structure. I did not do so. I did not support the committee structure. I did not support the remuneration staying the same if we move to a committee structure, because the chair and the deputy chairs of those committee structures take on a lot more responsibility and therefore they should be remunerated for that. So therefore, I just want to correct the misunderstanding if I wasn't clear at those workshops of my view. I also... The one thing I constantly get asked, and it's the constant of my life from last term and this term, is at least once a week I get asked by someone in the public, what have you achieved at council today? It's consistent. It's like it should almost be our vision statement. What have we achieved today? I can guarantee you, as soon as I leave this meeting today and get home, I will be asked, have a phone call, an email, what did you actually achieve at today's meeting? So therefore, I review on that and I reflect on some of the comments that other people have said. And I hear the thing about experienced opportunities, about transparency, about workload, about opportunities to utilise councillors' skills. And I feel that there are opportunities under task forces to do that. It's a different way of looking at things. Personally, my experience of committee structures last term was part of the reason why the council fell over, because personality and egos got in the way of getting on with getting the job done. So therefore, I am reluctant to go back to committee structure. And I feel that the relationship between the staff and the elected members, while it has a temporary restriction placed on it, because there is a lot of change going on the operational side, as our new CEO has expressed on numerous occasions, and therefore has asked and requested a bit of acceptance or some collegial support from the elected members to provide a space for the operational side of the organisation to come back together and rebuild by going through certain channels for that to happen. And then once that has taken place, my understanding is that those other avenues to access staff will be available again to elected members. So therefore, I just ask that we give a courtesy to the people who are doing the hard work on the other side of this organisation, who are actually doing the front face of out there doing the hard yards and making our region great for the people that live here and those that visit. So I take a bit of patience and tolerance, I suppose, is the word that I'm looking for, and understanding. I'm not sure I can validate the phrase scared of change to move back to committees. I'm not scared of it. And I certainly don't validate that we as grown adults that have a vast number of experience and knowledge and qualifications to sit around this table in the community who have put their trust and respect into us, who voted us here, feel that we would be scared to make a decision or face change. So I take, I'm just going to place that off to the side and leave it there. As for the workload, I heard feedback from some staff that the task force is working much better because they can get stuff done in a good and timely way and get the response from a governance oversight with the elected members who are assigned to that task force quite quickly, and therefore good direction and good decisions can get made, so that when we do come back to a full council, we're not relitigating and we're not spending a lot of time re-going over the same decisions. Because, and I'm going to use the quote from the first workshop that we actually did that was facilitated by the external Sue Wells, that we're not letting lack of trust, lack of respect, or our egos get in the way of actually supporting decisions and debates that have already taken place previously through other committees or other working groups to arrive at a decision. And while you might not like the decision, but the reality is the majority around the table voted for it. So therefore, we should move on. So again, I feel a little bit about the committee structure, because what happened last term is that we had working groups, which you could say would be task forces under the committee structure, that would come back, provide that information. But again, a lack of trust and ego got in the way because people weren't on those working groups and felt that they had better knowledge or better skills to be on that group, but they weren't. So therefore, there was the debate in the committee, and then it got re-debated again at full council. So why would we put ourselves in a position when you're spending a whole lot of time relitigating the same decisions over and over again and achieving nothing? Which brings me back to the comment that I get asked weekly, what did you achieve this week at council? And under that structure, I felt like I achieved nothing. However, when I reflect back what we actually achieved quite a lot, but it got lost in ego, in personality and conflict instead of actually what work got achieved. So therefore, while I appreciate that some people around this table have not experienced committees, my experience of committees was a power imbalance, a power over, and a manipulation of a system. So therefore, I would not be supporting to be placed back in the situation where I feel my power and my ability has been taken away from me to do the job that the people who voted me here to do. So therefore, we talk about the long-term plan is coming up. So my focus is we should be focusing on what that actually means and the amount of time and energy that we should be cooperating and working with our community to get the best outcomes and the best information to inform our long-term plan and our budgets. So therefore, I feel that we've spent a lot of time and many workshops going around in circles discussing the governance structure, when yes, there have been people who express different views, but I feel that we should at least take the timing, if we want to review it at a later date and move to committees or structures then, I feel that would be more appropriate. My focus at this time would be more on getting together under the task forces and working towards the outcome with the Plan Change 29 that's coming up, the long-term plan that we've got to get on with. There's plenty of other focus and direction that we need to be doing than worrying about a committee structure that we can actually work under and operate with task force currently, and then relook at that when we've got a better time for full frank discussion and views to be heard as the chair can facilitate. Opportunities for other people to have experience chairing and gaining more insight into what it means to be an elected member and to facilitate that role, I think can be met now under our current structure through the opportunity provided through workshops and task forces and any other working groups that are now presented or available. So thank you.
Thank you. I think all colleagues that wish to make a response have done so, and I'll invite Councillor Stallard to exercise his right of reply.
Thank you, Nick. Yeah, just to start on responding to comments about process. And I would like to thank the Deputy Mayor for summarising that timeline over recent weeks that has got here. And it is clear that there has been clear discussion and direction given about a desire to consider committees. So I don't see this as a bolt out of the blue. I think in a workshop, even if there is a minority view, if it is about a clear option, that option should still be brought to the council table and debated and let the public see the views of the councillors and then voted on. In my view, the options that are presented to us in the paper are both very similar, and I don't think encompass the range of options that we should be considering today, and hence the amendment. Comment has also been made about who should be establishing committees, and certainly the Local Government Act gives the mayor that power. It also gives the council as a whole to establish or disestablish committees and chairs and so on. And I would hope that all of us would seek to, have our preferences known and expressed and built into the decision-making process. We've also heard some concerns that committees might be less manageable and concerns about staff workload, which I share and which I would hope is in our mind every day. I would just say that if we cannot rearrange our staff's workload and so on to accommodate standing committees, then arguably we are no longer a functioning governance body if we cannot establish a workable structure. There's also concern about doubling up and duplicating work. This is a challenge accepted by all councils throughout the country who have committees, and it's best met by getting the delegations correct. What decisions are made at the committee level and what decisions are made with the full council. So this is a problem that should be addressed, that can be addressed over time, and it certainly can be handled. Concerns have also been expressed about how today's meeting might be reported in the paper. I believe we shouldn't shy away from robust discussions around the council table. We hear the various points of views, we vote and get a decision, and then we all come together behind that decision. That to me is good process. So we also heard a question from one of my colleagues, where will this lead? Where will this amendment lead? So in my mind, well, it's clear to me, it will lead to the most commonly used and, in my opinion, the most effective governance structure employed by councils throughout this country. So I'd like us to reflect on that. We're not stepping into the unknown. And I look forward to seeing how we go with this. Cheers.
Thanks, Councillor Stallard. I'll ask the Chief Executive to conduct the vote. Just to be clear, the vote is on the amendments that have been moved by Councillor Stallard and seconded by Councillor Paki, and that is to add items 10, 11 and 12 to the formal resolution that was moved by myself and Councillor Courtney. The Chief Executive will do the vote.
Through Minik, somebody has to call for a division if you want me to do that.
I do the vote on the voices first. Those in favour of the amendment that's been moved, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, say no. No. I do think for me to be able to determine the majority, I do have to do an individual vote. So I'm going to call from the chair as mayor for an individual vote.
Thank you, Minik. Councillor Anderson.
Sorry, no.
Councillor Benj.
No.
Councillor Brand.
No.
Councillor Courtney.
No.
Councillor Hodgson.
No.
Deputy Mayor Neil Stevens.
Aye.
Councillor Paki.
Aye.
Councillor Rainey.
Aye.
Councillor Rolo.
No.
Councillor Sanson.
Aye.
Councillor Skinner.
No.
Councillor Stallard.
Aye.
The Mayor.
No. The amendment is lost by 8 votes to 5. We now come to the substantive resolution and I welcome contributions. Deputy Mayor.
I just want to say I'm really excited to have a climate change task force and the city centre playground task force, and I really look forward to what they're going to deliver. I think getting that clarification around task force protocols as well as those liaison roles, I think just really strengthens the ability for them to deliver and does help to clarify in the public mind the role of them versus the role of council and that relationship. And I just wish both James and Aaron as the, if this is when, I'm going to go ahead and say when this is confirmed, as the 2 new chairs of task forces, all the best. And I do think it'll be a great opportunity to see what some of our fresh young blood, unlike the old boys club like me, is able to deliver.
Are there any further contributions that people want to make on the original resolution? I'll take Councillor Hodgson and then Councillor Anderson.
Yeah. Thank you, Manic. If you were to ask me which two specific projects were a huge priority for me heading into this term of council, firstly, it would be to see council take a bigger role in addressing housing vulnerability and homelessness. But secondly, it would be to deliver a state-of-the-art playground in the central city in partnership with children, parents, whānau and stakeholders. I do really want to acknowledge councillors in previous terms of council, such as Pete Rainey, there's others, who have advocated for this. We've seen funding come and go from long-term plans, and I think it's not just my view, but view of councillors, the view of families across our city, that we can't afford to wait any longer. If we want to get on and get this done, my view is that a task force is the best way to do it. It will be a privilege to work with councillors Rainey, Paki and Rollo and leverage the immense skill, experience and connections within the community that each of you bring. This is a small fish in the vast ecosystem of local government, and it is a small sum of money that we have been given by central government to get this done. It has fallen into our lap, and in my view, Nelson's identity as one of the greatest places in the world to raise a family hinges on it being done effectively.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, through the Mayor. Just a comment on the task force for the playground. Just noticed it's all men. There aren't any mothers or youth on there, and I just on task force and how they can be better. The opportunities for external members. Someone that comes to mind is Natalie Guzman. She started lobbying to council. I came along with her and I think it was 2020. She's been doing this for a long time. She's also had to go through the Lagoya to get information on it. I think something like that is possibly something we're talking about task forces and how awesome they are. And I don't know whether we've hit that one very well with 3 men on a playground task force.
Thanks, Councillor Anderson. Are there any further comments on the councillor bench? And then Councillor Payne.
I'd just like to say quickly that I'm not a man on the task force. I'm a parent.
This is a debate I'm not going to get into. But can I just note, I think we should give task forces the opportunity, if they wish to come back and to change their membership, because I think there is some merit in Councillor Anderson's point. And I'd be happy if this task force said that there was someone in the community, like Matty suggests, that might be able to assist with their work. So I'm perfectly open to the suggestion. Councillor Benj?
I'm just a little worried about the playground task force with the recent appointment of Councillor Rainey, who since then has just stated that he wants a level playing ground. At least it'll be cheap.
That means we can't have X thrown.
All right. Are there any further contributions? Councillor Stella.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a comment on the climate change task force. I do see a focus of that task force is to investigate and quantify actual actions and policies that will contribute to reducing council and community emissions. I know the discourse over the past 30 years has been about a need to change and move away from fossil fuels. I think once we can present some of these actions and policies to the community, we'll start to see what the reality of that change might look like. And it is my view that whether or not we seek to reduce emissions, we will have to prepare and adapt to massive change. So there is actually overlap in some of the work we need to do in terms of whether we are seeking to reduce emissions or not, quite a large overlap. And that's related to, for example, the effects of climate change that's already baked in. It's related to, in my mind, the likelihood of declining energy availability in our future. And I believe our focus should be enhanced resilience. And to my mind, that does not mean entrenching business as usual. That means change that enables us and the community to thrive in the face of current and future challenges.
Thanks, Councillor Stallard. Any further contributions? I'll then put the governance structure review resolutions 1 to 10 as noted. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. That is carried. I could take a personal vote if you required it, Tom.
No, votes are free and frank. It might have for a bit of advice if you're going to break it down in parts. There were parts I could support, parts I couldn't, but I'm happy to vote the way I believe I should.
Gold. We now come to the most substantive item on the agenda. I invite Mandy and Dennis before the committee, the notification of plan change 29. I just note that I have a habit of just taking a few-minute break, and it's easier to do it at the conclusion of items rather than getting 5 minutes into this. My suggestion is that we take a 3 minutes break, and then it's my intention to go through all the way through to 1 o'clock with the other items in the open agenda. So just a 3 minute break. Resuming at 11:53. Council's resumed. Can I, at the beginning of this plan, just acknowledge the humongous amount of work that has gone into this by officials? This is about as big and as complicated as you get. And I know that in some respects, Plan Change 29 is almost as big as completely writing a plan in the first place. So the way I wanted to handle this item was to allow our council officials to give a good explanation, then to take questions specifically of officials, and then take a reasonably formal approach to the moving, seconded and debate on whether we are going to proceed to notify Plan Change 29. Over to you, Mandy.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. Staff are very pleased to present this report today. It's another milestone towards ensuring our planning rules are fit for purpose. The current planning provisions are nearly 20 years old, and this proposed Plan Change 29 contains greater choice for housing supply to meet both current demands and future growth. The proposed plan change enables intensification in areas not prone to natural hazards, such as flooding or slips. And the notification of these proposed changes provides for community feedback on whether we have the right rules in the right places. In the last 20 years, we've gathered more information about natural hazards, and plan provisions are updated according to this new information. We have also reviewed Papakayanga and heritage provisions and proposed changes from the outcome of that review. Another leap forward is having the proposed plan change in current plan provisions in an e-plan, replacing 4 volumes of text and maps. So now I'll hand over to Dennis Bush-King, the Acting Planning Manager, to add anything more to the Plan Change 29.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I won't take the report as read as such, because I think this is a significant issue for the council today. So I'd just like to perhaps summarise a few key points, and just to give you some reassurance and some confidence as to where we go from here. As the report indicates, and we've tried to itemise the sort of sequence of events, the previous council decided to put a hold on the review of the Nelson Resource Management Plan, but they saw housing as an important issue. And so we've picked up and we're running with that. And as Mandy says, the plan change is designed to improve housing supply and housing choice in Nelson. Okay, we've got a bit of push along by the government in terms of this thing called the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. And we've also used the plan change to give effect to the work that we've done jointly with Tasman in terms of the future development strategy, when we're looking out to sort of our 30-year time horizon for growth and development in the area. And certainly when it comes to housing, we've got to sort of improve our share of the housing supply, I guess, to some extent. But Nelson's contribution is really through intensification. And so the rule changes do make it easier to put your extra dwelling on the back, but it also introduces these 3 new zones that allow you to build at height in terms of our general residential zone, our medium residential zone, and our inner city high density zone. And I think the sort of different gradation reflects the fact that we're also not just looking to improve housing supply in our residential areas, but also our industrial and our commercial areas, and certainly in the inner city area. And I guess the other thing that we've taken is, and we know people probably agree with intensification, but not next to me. So we have tried to build in sort of amenity designs. The one problem we have had, I guess, is the government, when they introduced the National Policy Statement, prevented us from introducing minimum parking controls on site. And I know some people will see intensification, just sort of transferring some of the parking issue to our city streets. But again, I think we've got to rely on developers. They'll be able to sell these units themselves if they make sure that they can work for the people who live in them. And we've also got other issues, other controls around things like service areas, access into sites, and I guess it's the mix of these that will try and preserve amenity, including the things around height controls, daylight angles to ensure sunlight penetrates into properties. So we are mindful that if you build at height, then you sometimes do get an increase in the bulk. But we've tried to strike that balance, and we've learned from some of the things that are going on in other council areas, and we've tried to pick the good things out in order to present them to our Nelson community so that they can come and give the feedback through to you on the process. As Mandy says, the other thing we've updated our natural hazard provisions in the plan. It's important that where development does occur, it occurs in a way that is sustainable going into the future. And yes, we have introduced new rules or provisions around things called liquefaction, learning from the Christchurch earthquake experience. We've updated our earthquake fault information, and also using some of the information from the August 2020 event, our land instability rules. So I'm reasonably comfortable that we've got to a point where a lot of that information has been generated as part of the Nelson draft plan. It's been updated subsequent to that so that the landowners know about these risk areas. So it's not sort of going to be dropped on them, but we are certainly inviting them to sort of respond to us. We are not saying you can't develop some of these areas. It just might mean that there's a sort of a threshold you have to go through to ensure that you've got specific design in order to deal with those situations of risk. We've also introduced Papakainga provisions for the development of Maori land, and those provisions have been developed jointly with Te Tau Iwi. And so that is a new set of provisions going into the plan change. And then the other aspect that we've taken an opportunity to look at is some of the heritage rules. And certainly in terms of some of the inner city areas, we have an inner city heritage precinct, which we are removing as a result of this plan change, because if you're going to build at height, then the heritage provisions as they are would probably have created some issue with that. Likewise, a view shaft, we've modified, we've removed that. But we have actually, again, got design controls to be sensitive to our heritage buildings. The heritage list has been updated. Some have been removed, some have been added. And you'll also be aware from advice and from the report that we've introduced a new heritage precinct in the Richmond Avenue area. And again, these are all proposals, and we are seeking the community feedback through the notification. So if I can just sort of come to the process from here on in, yes, we're moving to an E-plan, which is a bit of a bold shift. It's certainly something that the National Planning Standards now are encouraging for local authorities. So there's no actually hard copy paper to hold. And that will be a change for some people. We've got how to use sort of system set up on the council website, so it will actually help people navigate around the E-plan. We've also got terminals in the public counter reception area downstairs, and there's also our libraries where the people will be able to go in and if they need some assistance, then we can make it available to help them read the new format of the plan. We're quite excited by it. It's actually worked quite well. Even from the council staff point of view, they have to learn a new thing. But again, we've gone through the process of trying to educate people on using this new system. It hasn't broken down yet, so it's all good. Good new technology. What we're also doing is looking at, in terms of our submission process, the recommendation is that we give more than the 20 minimum working days for making submissions. In fact, we've got the submissions closing on the 19th of September, which basically gives people over 30 days if you take the weekends into account. So we think that's good time in which to get people to focus on what we're presenting and for them to feedback. Again, the system has been set up where you can do that electronically online, but if you prefer a hard copy version, then hard copies will be available. We'll then just have to input the stuff into the system. But we also brought in a friend of the submitter, like the council did previous with another plan change, in order just to help people navigate the process. This is a big change. Yep, people need to understand what it might mean for them, and so they need to be given time and a process in which they can respond. I think the report does identify the other subsequent processes around notification, and it details the process that we go through. We're unlikely to get into hearings until early next year because we've got other processes, steps we have to go through. But we have sort of signalled a three-person hearing panel with an independent chair and elected representatives, and we've given you the justifications why we think that's important as well. And I think probably, Mr. Mayor, I probably should stop and allow you to ask questions, but I think I've hit the highlights, both in terms of the content and the process.
I don't envy your task of trying to summarise between the two of you in 10 minutes what is literally hundreds and hundreds of pages of documentation and detailed rules. And I think you've done well, and you're now open for questions from any councillors around Plan Change 29. Firstly, Councillor Stenson.
Thanks, Mayor Nick, through the chair. Kia ora, Dennis and Mandy. Just massive thanks to you and your team. It's been a long time coming, and I know it's been just, a massive piece of work. So thank you for that. Really quick question around the notification of the e-plan. Is that going to go live on the website after we potentially adopt it today, just because it's not there yet?
It's technically live now because it's subject to the today's meeting. But yeah, in terms of tomorrow, when we notify, it will go live, and the button to make submissions will go live. I think everything.
So it'll be really obvious on the website from tomorrow.
Oh, yes, on the Shape Nelson website.
Great, okay.
So the details on the web, but the key thing for people to understand is the live option to submit doesn't come until such time as we've made our formal decision today.
Yeah,
is what I've understood.
Yeah,
I was confused myself. I thought they could now, but that's right. That's good for the clarity. Thanks, Rachel.
Yeah, and the website will also be, the comms team have worked with us to actually put up a good package to actually help people understand the process and navigate their way through it.
Councillor Rollo.
Thank you, and Dennis, Mandy and team, thank you very much. This is super exciting, and I think it's another way that we can enhance what we can do in this region, and housing's certainly something that in my lifetime I don't intend to leave Nelson, and one for a fact I would like to be able to afford a house, and sadly at the moment that is a step too far for someone like me. In terms of the consultation period, and I'm sorry if this is getting quite nitty and gritty, but it's the feedback that I've already received from the public is that the stuff that's on the website is quite daunting when you first see it. And it's great that we've got the friend of the submitter lined up for the 4 Thursdays, but because this is so new, is the 27 working days enough? Or do they simply just need to get your submission in there and you're in the race until we come to the conclusion? Or if you don't get your submission in there, is that? And I guess the other question as well is in terms of getting this communicated, because this is, I think it was quoted in the newspaper this week, and I may misquote it, that this is that one of the biggest things that this council is going to do in a generation in terms of encouraging people to submit, and those people that might not ever submit to council but have decided that this is the time they want to do that. Are we ready to go and getting this information to people tomorrow in areas like the Library of Tahuna and like Stoke, where they might not necessarily have access to the interweb? Hopefully you can untangle that.
Yeah, no, it's a fair question. And again, the resolution does give more than the minimum 20 working days. And I guess that was in part a response to the feedback we got around plan change 30 in terms of the Nelson Airport. But even that, within 20 days, we still got over 500 submissions. So you've got to set a time frame in which people can organise their thoughts and deliver their responses back to council. You could give them 100 days, but would it necessarily change the quality or the number of submissions? I guess from that point of view, I think the additional working days, and then if you include the non-working days, the weekends in between, it's 39 days. Yeah, so that's in my view, a manageable period of time. It's not the only opportunity, because then we have to summarise all the submissions, and then people have another opportunity to say whether they agree or disagree with the first round of submissions. So, there's a number of steps that we have to sort of manage in order to get to the hearing processes next year.
Just a quick sup on.
Can I quickly clarify something?
Yeah, sure.
Just before, so if you don't put a submission in before the 19th of September, will you be able to submit at a future date, or are you out of the race?
Yes, you're out of the race, unless, of course, you can piggyback onto someone who has made a submission. And that sometimes happens too. People can, and we would encourage people to sort of coalesce and to sort of, have a conversation amongst themselves and put in group submissions, so you can actually, benefit from the ideas of your neighbours and your friends.
Just to add to that too, while the 19th of September is the close-off date, if somebody did submit a late submission, that could be accepted depending on the reasons. Yeah, but also just to identify some of the comms that we've got going on for this. Our Nelson next week will have a 4-page expose on it. So yeah, we've got communication plans in place to make sure people are aware.
Just so we're really clear, because this is very important public understand, if they want to participate in the further submissions, the law requires they make an initial submission. Is that correct? Yes. So just be really clear on that. Yes, there is the opportunity for them to further comment, but you don't get that opportunity unless you get in the beginning. Just a quick sup to Councillor Rollo's question, and that is, have we ever used the Friends of Submitters process before?
We did for Plan Change 28, the development in the Kaka Valley, but we haven't used it for a council process before.
Councillor Bench.
Thank you for clarifying that question that Councillor Rollo asked. But just to clarify it a bit further, what constitutes a submission? As in, because it's difficult for someone who's never made a submission or done anything like that to get all the facts to back it up of what they want to submit about. So if you, for example, submitted that you objected to the extension of the airport runway, and that was the extent of your submission, you would then get the right to come back again, as you could then go away, get all the details that you wanted to get and supporting information, and or is that, or do you not get that opportunity?
I can help there.
Do you understand what I mean? I might not be explaining it.
No, I understand, and I don't want to discuss the airport runway because it's a different plan change. But the issue is that if someone puts a submission in, they have to meet some minimum tests. You have to have your name on there, and you have to sign it. You have to actually say what you like or you don't like, and then you're encouraged to actually also then say what you want changed if you want something changed. So I guess just saying I don't like intensification, probably we could actually get your view that you don't like the plan change. So we'd probably interpret that as someone against the plan change. But yeah, so you have to try and put some thought into actually understand. Someone reading your submission actually understands what you're saying. And so that's why we do have a process on the website that sort of helps you understand what the minimum requirements are and encourages you to be as clear as you can be.
So you might, and I think it's helpful for us to let the public know. You could make a submission and say, I don't like what the changes are in Quarantine Road. I want the rules to stay exactly what they are right now. And then what happens is that everybody else makes their submissions, and then I can make a supplementary submission and it says, I agree with Fred, who says that actually the rules in Quarantine Road should be X.
So
And that is the way we expect the people to engage.
As long as your submission is sort of coherent and has a few facts in it, you then get time, which could be months and months, to put together, you know, measure things and say the shadow from this building's going to go to there. Okay.
So you have the opportunity to also indicate on your submission whether you wish to appear and present in support of your submission. And not everyone does. Some people are quite happy for the decision makers to rely on the written decision, a written submission. But yeah, if you do want to take the opportunity further down the track to come and actually present and give evidence or give a submission, you have the ability to sort of flesh out, so long as it's in support of the points that you made in your original submission.
Councillor Stella.
Thanks, Minik. Yeah, this is an important discussion and information because hopefully it will encourage people to understand the process and then make a submission. So I just wonder if you could clarify two related points. Firstly, to simply say you agree or disagree is important because it's your view, but reasons are important, and the commissioners, they weigh up, okay, these are opinions, but these are reasons, and they might give more weighting to reasons than opinions. So if you could comment on that. And also, to what degree, as we've been saying, you make an initial submission within the period, and then later, closer to the hearing, you can opt to appeal or provide more information. It has to be within scope of what you originally said. Is that true? You can't introduce new information later.
Well, you could probably, I'll answer the second question first. You can probably raise new information so long as it's in support of the original submission. You know, so your submission can, as you say, expand on some of the reasons why you took that particular view. But yeah, it's related to the change that you're looking to get the council to make. In terms of the first question, reasons.
Yeah,
reasons.
Sort of reasons versus popular.
Yeah. So, and again, this is something that, you know, people aren't expected to know, because you are entering into a sort of a judicial process where you're making a submission, and it's then going to go to a formal hearing, and under the RMA, the decision makers have to sort of weigh up all the views, the advice from officials, and they sort of, you know, it's a bit of a mixing bowl, and I guess if you can actually give explanations as to why you want, or why you support, or why you want changes to certain things, it just it equips you a bit better in order to present as to why you actually want to see a particular outcome. Again, you know, you don't TKO people because they don't necessarily dot every I and cross every T. The general experience of plan changes is it's a community process, and we want to hear the voice of the community, and the assessment done by officers is, you know, we do are quite generous in terms of what we actually think people might be telling us. But yeah, when it comes to actually making a change, the more you can give and the more specificity you can give, the better it is for both the reporting staff to actually determine what you're wanting and why, and then to give advice to the decision makers. And then the decision makers have to actually make that same judgment themselves. Yeah.
Any other questions, Councillor Courtney?
Thanks, Minik. And thank you, Dennis and Mandy, for all the work and all your support team as well. But particularly that E-plan, that's a real fresh initiative, and congratulations on that. In the papers, you talk about alignment with the national planning standards. You make reference to that. But then you sort of, and that made me uneasy when you said where practicable. So I thought, well, that's a get out of jail card there. So I think the community will focus on that. Your response to that, please?
Yes, well, I was responsible for those words, so what did they mean? I think I was actually quoting what was in the regulations.
Yeah.
But again, yeah, the push towards the E-plan is a sort of a gradual process because it's new technology for both the councils who are employing those now and the users of plans. So we are, I think, do we comply with every respect of the national planning standards in terms of this plan change? The answer would be no, but I think we've actually got that discretion because this is actually not a new plan. This is just basically a plan change. And we've taken up the opportunity to go down the E-plan track, but we haven't got all the necessary, the new zone nomenclature that's actually in the national planning standards.
Yes.
But I will just defer to the people at the back here to see if there's anything else I should say in order to answer your question. Yeah, please do. Sorry.
Through the chair, the Nelson Resource Management Plan was originally formatted in a way that was unique to Nelson at the time. The national planning standards require when you write a whole new plan that you format it in a very specific way that is consistent across all regions. We aren't formatting our plan change to the NRMP in a manner that is consistent with all of the other national planning standards plans because that would require a whole new plan, and we're not doing a whole plan review, we're doing a housing plan change to the NRMP. So we can't comply with the national planning standards around format because we're changing the NRMP, which doesn't align with that format.
Are there other areas that you can't meet to? I'm thinking of costs and all that type of thing.
Generally, we're consistent with the national planning standards for pretty much everything else.
Except format.
Yep.
Good, thank you.
Oh, and some of our definitions are different in the zones that aren't being changed. But where the matter that is being defined is within the scope of the housing plan change, we have aligned with national planning standard definitions.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mel. Any other questions? Matthew, Councillor Anderson.
Thanks, through the Mayor. I'm really interested in how we're going to take the community on this journey. Imagine people are going to really care about it when it's too late. Just in and around digital literacy, it's going to be a requirement for engagement, I feel, and digital inequities going to narrow our base of submitters. I like the idea of Friends of Submitter. Just off the top of my head, I'm thinking of half a dozen people I'm going to have to support through that process. I'd be really interested in a plain English version of the E-plan because it's I find it uncomfortable when I've been assisting people in the past. I feel that I don't want to put my slant on someone's submission, and also I mean I would like some training in being a Friends of the Submitter because that's what a lot of us end up doing, being that conduit between the community and well, that's kind of our job anyway. So yeah, that's where I feel. And I was wondering, E-plan, has it been used anywhere else this process? And how has the engagement been, or have there been any challenges?
Well, as Coralie mentioned, we did use the E-plan for the draft Nelson plan. So some in our community have had experience with that. We've picked the brains of Hamilton, Porirua, and a couple of other councillors who've gone through the E-plan process, but we're at the leading edge ourselves. In terms of sort of giving people an insight to the plan, we do have a high-level summary, which will be made available both in hard copy at our various service centres as well as on the web page. So that's the sort of the 101 introduction to the housing plan change. But doesn't necessarily give you the detail. And unfortunately, that's the whole function of a plan change, because you are in fact writing law. And so the district plan is tantamount to a legal document that sort of identifies what people's rights and obligations are when it comes to using land. And so that's why the council does have to sort of, unfortunately, frame it up in a bit of legalese and planning jargon sometimes. Although again, part of the discipline on drafting the plan is to make sure it does use sort of understandable concepts and within the restrictions of writing law, it's sort of understandable. Yeah, so we do try our best.
Just through the chair, just to add to that, the friend of the submitter is the perfect service for somebody who's struggling to understand what the language is. They're a trained consultant, but they're just being able to talk with people face to face. We also we have like a contact email for council staff as well to assist people. Yeah.
Councillor, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, we are also trying, we'll be at the caravan on the 2nd of September. There are other opportunities where we'll be interacting with stakeholder groups if they wish to, invite us to come and talk to them about plan change. So that's an opportunity as well.
Councillor Rainey.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. Look, firstly, I just want to congratulate you all for not only a great report, a really thorough report, but also the body of work that the report expresses. I think it's just fantastic effort from you all. So congratulations. I just reflect that intensification or changes to urban landscapes is nothing new. Worldwide, this has been going on for centuries, and there are always going to be people who are potentially going to be affected by that process. We are looking at a process today, and I'm just mindful of the fact that my question my question is in regards, in particular, to point 2 on the second recommendation, because indeed we are triggering the plan change today.
Correct.
It's not going to come to a point where no, we're not going to go ahead because the body of submissions would suggest that we don't go ahead. We are triggering it today. And, I've read it through, but I still need to know, and I think members of the public would probably want to know, the process that's involved in terms of the hearings at the end, when the 3 people who make a recommendation back to council can then make some recommendations for change. The changes are never going to be complete. It's not going to change the whole thing. It's going to potentially change zones. I don't know. What my question is what and how deep are the potential changes to the plan change that could come back from the hearing process?
Yes, I probably should have thought a little bit more about recommendation 2, because that was written for a previous council meeting. We're not at a point where we're going to make any changes between today and tomorrow.
No.
So yeah, what's on the agenda is what will go
I
out
understand
tomorrow.
that.
But in terms of the changes that the process can throw up, yeah, well, they're technically the council can if the weight of submissions are against not having any intensification provisions, you could technically come back and say, we'll withdraw the plan change.
Right. So the potential changes that could come back, triggered potentially by the submissions that we hear or receive, are as multifaceted as the plan is itself.
Correct. That's quite right.
Yeah.
So I think this is just a proposal.
But Pete, the part that you teased out correctly in the early part of your contribution is that in respect of these plan changes, this is the most important step for council. And the reason I say that is that when we appoint the hearings panel, and the hearings panel does come back with recommendations to this council, our options at that point are relatively limited. That is, when it comes back from the hearings panel, we can accept the hearing panel's recommendations, or we can decide to hear all those submissions ourselves. What you can't do is either have then the council moving with detail. And I say that because it's really important council understands today that we are in notifying plan change 29. This is the most significant democratic step in the process of which our council gets input into what goes out. Our choices from here become a lot more legally constrained. Thank you. I'll take Councillor Skinner and then Councillor Courtney.
Thank you for your detailed report, and it's just when you think you've got it completely worked out, you think they actually haven't. Just for the public's benefit as well, we've got some national standards in the RMA in regards to, and we've got to achieve to show that we're achieving development to fulfil the housing needs. And then there's what we're doing from this, putting our own slant on it or tailoring it. And there's always going to be a bit of pushback. What, in regards to development, I mean, these areas we're looking at increasing the levels or intensification, and these areas we're not. How much of that is brought on to us by central government and the rules, and how much of that is in here that we are adjusting? I know we've gone through a process with a region on where we do and don't.
Again, this is the council's proposal back to its community. So I guess from that point of view, we take responsibility of what's in the draft. Yes, we've been guided by the national policy statement, which is government's direction to local authorities such as Nelson. We have adopted some of the provisions that are in the national policy statement in terms of the different categorisations of intensification. But yeah, we've put our own sort of twist on them to make sure that they're relevant to Nelson. Yeah. And that's what we want to find out from the community, whether we've struck the right balance or not. And I guess that's the process we're in.
And how much of this, what we're proposing, is going to sort of retain some of the character of these areas which lend themselves to multi-story and high intensification as areas, even when they're close to the city, which don't lend themselves. Is there much protection for that? Or was there going to be much listening to from our part?
Well, I think so. And again, I wasn't here when the draft plan was put out, but I think there are some lessons that we've learned on from that process, because that did actually provide for medium density development. And we've structured the zoning in such a way that it sort of aligns with, our commercial nodes, our transport routes. So we've again done what we think is a good job at sort of allowing these opportunities in the right place under the right circumstances. And really, we're actually inviting the people to say whether we got it right or not.
So this is to the public's benefit. This is a time for the public to really say, "Hey, I think what this right. I think you tweak this. It's not going to work here." The other one here, and I'm looking at what areas are part of the national standards and what areas we've put in ourselves. And Papakāinga, and I know I've had a discussion privately to try and understand it, but for the public's benefit and the table's benefit, why and how's that work? So you've got here sort of enabling a different set of rules for Māori, or am I?
It is a different set of rules. If Maori wish to take up the opportunity for Papakāinga zoning, development rather, but you also understand that Papakāinga housing is not necessarily a conventional, one house per lot, but it sort of allows for multiple ownership on land, and it's a concept that is being used in other local authority areas. And I do know that the iwi that we worked with developing this plan modelled it on some provisions that are in place in Porirua, for instance, but also in terms of other places around New Zealand. And again, it's just our ability, our opportunity to allow that to apply in those qualifying circumstances.
Does that also enable that provision for multiple landowners, owners of his land, non-Māori or non-iwi, so multiple owners?
Yeah, and they're normally called retirement villages.
Okay, but not always.
Yeah, so and the provision does allow for, quite a range of different housing expressions. But I guess Papakāinga is specifically in relation to land that is owned by multiple parties.
And retirement is whether whatever who your parents are or background. But in regards to the provision for multiple owners of a piece of land, that's only for under this Papakāinga, because I see there's no real direction from it from central government. It's something we've added, or have I got that? This is not something that comes under the...
Well, there is a Papakāinga zoning in the national planning standards, but I'm not... And yeah, so there is the national planning standards do allow for Papakāinga zoning.
But it's
we don't have it in our current plans.
It's not specified, I see.
Do we? Oh, we do have it in the current Nelson region.
So just to labour on this. I'm just going through, which was great. You had an appendix and another paper going through, and it sort of helped explain it better. But it's also saying here that there's an allowance for that, but it's a decision of us as council whether we implement that.
Yes, it is our decision. But again, we have been encouraged and actually requested by iwi to also consider it as an option.
Okay. So just last point on that.
Sure.
Is that the case for if you're non-iwi and you're in a situation where you've got multiple family members owning some land, can you have the same sort of provision as enabling that provision? Or would we have to put something else separate into that to enable?
Through the chair, the current rules allow for the proposed rules allow for 3 residential units on a site as permitted. They do not have to be subdivided around, so you can have multiple owners within that property developing 3 houses. If you want to have more than 3, you trigger a resource consent requirement where we would look at the internal and external layouts and effects on people who live there and neighbouring properties. But it is entirely, you do have the ability to have multiple ownership and communal land ownership under the rules with or without the Papakāinga provisions. It is enabled for Māori and non-Māori.
So why have we got Papakāinga if it's enabled either iwi or not iwi?
The more than the threshold of 3 residential units per site and resource consent being required for 4 or more is the difference between Papakāinga provisions and other.
So to get this clear, iwi can have more than 3 or 4, non-iwi may not.
Yes.
Okay.
As of right.
Yes, as a permitted activity without needing resource consent.
Look, provided it meets the qualifications that it's a Papakāinga development, and that relates around to the ownership of Māori land.
That makes me a little bit uncomfortable, but I'll have more reading of that. Thank you.
Any further questions? And then my intention is we are getting ourselves into a bit of time pressure relative to the other items on the agenda, and then I'll move over to debate. I'm going to take Councillor Pakipaki and then Councillor Binge and then Councillor Gordon.
Look, I'll leave to debate.
All right. Thank you. Councillor Pakipaki.
Kia ora, Mr. Mayor. I think I need to respond to Councillor Skinner's, but also seek clarification, because essentially where the structure of land ownership exists, where there's a lot of Māori land that's owned in trust, and that's not owned by iwi, it's actually owned by families, and they can't do anything with it in the current how the structure exists at the moment. And not only that, but they can't sell it, so it's not a commercial investment. They're not in a position to be able to benefit from the land itself. So this gives actually a really good mechanism for us to be able to those lands that are held within those trusts to be able to then develop and actually make use of them. There's no other structure that you can sort of apply. You can't put the lens or sorry, there's a question. Can you put the normal land ownership lens over the Māori Trust example and say that the two of them can be compared?
I don't think it's comparing apples with apples at all. It's definitely apples and oranges.
Yeah, so we've existed in a framework for a very long time where there has been these Māori Trust lands that have been in ownership. Do you think this is actually going to allow those families who do own these lands to be able to make better use of them in terms of housing outcomes?
That is most definitely the intention, yes.
Colder.
Councillor Binge.
Thank you, Nick. Is there not a provision to form a commune and therefore have multiple ownership more than 3? Or is that a resource consent?
If you go over the 3 permitted units and you want to have, say, 10 units as a commune, you'd probably need a resource consent.
You would.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
I'm intrigued.
Yeah, I do. Not because it's a commune. I think that's important, because you want to put 10 units on a property.
Yes. All right, is there any further questions of colleagues? Can I again thank staff for the ginormous amount of work that's both gone into this and the work that's gone into the future. I'm going to formally move from the chair resolutions 1 to 7 for the notification of plan change 29. I have a seconder from Councillor Sanson, and I am going to make some comments in moving the resolution. This is as big a decisions as councils get in determining their planning rules, and these plan changes will impact on the decisions literally of billions of dollars in our city. Over the last 30 years since the RMA was introduced, one of the most negative consequences has been that housing has become increasingly unaffordable. And it is my view that as a community and a country, we kept going down rabbit holes as to what the problem was. For a while, we blamed it was those people with Chinese sounding names. Yes, there is useful things that we can do with community housing trust and others. But if you look at the context of the international research and the work from bodies like the Productivity Commission and the Treasury, what we do in our planning rules is going to have more effect on what the affordability of housing is going to be for future generations than any other. And to some degree, Nelson is a victim of its own success. We're a wonderful place to live, and as a consequence, we have heavy population increase. And when you've got limited land, that means that if you don't use it more efficiently, we're just going to drive up that price of housing. And that is why, in my view, the work that our officials have done and this plan change 29 is the single most important thing our council can do to make housing affordable for the next generation. It's also, and I love that quote from Mark Twain, which is over 150 years ago, when he said, buy land, they ain't making much of it these days. And what the research shows is while the cost of the built house has gone up by about 10% over the last 30 years in real terms, the price of the land has more than doubled. And that is why the tools that we provide for using that land more efficiently is just so critical. Now, there will be absolutely valid opinions through our community about where is it appropriate to have apartments, where is it appropriate to have townhouses, and where is it appropriate to have multiple houses. And we are giving a big challenge to that hearings panel to work through the detail. I don't want staff to take it as a criticism because they would need to have the wisdom of Solomon to get this level of complexity right on the first shot. But in my view, this first notification stage is going to give our community the opportunity to refine these plan proposals to enable them to shape the future of our city for the many decades ahead. In respect of the changes around natural hazards, nor should we undersignificant how they are. I worked as a housing minister in Christchurch and saw really dumb decisions that resulted in extensive residential development in areas where there was liquefaction. And the trauma for those hundreds of people and the cost to the community of literally over $1 billion was because we did not have in Christchurch rules appropriate provisions for managing a risk like liquefaction. It is absolutely appropriate that they are in these planning changes, and we would be negligent as a council if we did not learn the lessons of Christchurch in making our community more resilient to those risks. The storm we had last August, how many people have you heard in Nelson say, I wish our council had better rules for managing plan and flood risk? Almost everybody, and that is exactly the hard mihi that is being done in these plan changes. My last comment is with respect to the appointment of the hearings panel. I am strongly supportive of a mix of both elected representatives and expert input. Greg Hill, who's being recommended as the chair, was involved with myself when I had environment and housing responsibilities for rewriting the Auckland Plan. He did an outstanding job. He is a first-class resource management professional and is a very good choice for the independent chair of this panel. I thank Councillor Brand and Councillor O'Neill-Stevens for making themselves available to do this big task. I think they bring a really good balance of skills. Actually, This is one of the biggest issues for young people in the future of affordability, and the changes we're making in this plan change are going to have far more impact on Rohan's generation than mine, and I'm pleased that he is making himself available for that job. Councillor Brand is a person and a councillor who, in my view, is very well connected to this community. Please don't take offence, Councillor Brand, but you are slightly more conservative than the Deputy Mayor, and I think that actually provides an appropriate balance. Because as that panel hears submissions, it's going to require really good community intuition about where are the right places for there to be multi-storey apartments, for there to be townhouses, and for there to be normal residential rules. So I have pleasure in moving the motion. Councillor Corney.
Thank you. I just wanted to speak to the motion. You allow me to do that now?
Absolutely. I'm calling
Thank you very much indeed. And I want to point out where, in my judgment, I think the concerns will be. And they will be many and varied. No question about that. And I think we've got to be, when putting this matter out for, we're notifying this and putting it out for discussion with the public, that we need to be and acknowledge the consequences and the significance of housing densification and intensification here in Nelson, the consequences of that and the significance of that, and elsewhere in Aotearoa, New Zealand, and around the world. Look, when I look at it, and there were so many questions I could have asked Officer Dennis, but I didn't. But look, the scope of the Plan Change 29 is wide and varied. For example, allowing retail activities in the fringe areas around, in our residential areas around the city. You see, that in itself is going to be of real concern to those in our suburbs, in our communities, allowing retail activities in the city fringe residential areas. Another one, and Dennis touched on this, Officer Dennis did when he presented, there are no parking requirements for these apartments, whether they be 2-storey, 3, 4, 5 or 6. So the cars will be parked out on the roadway. And that is going to be inevitable. And that is something that's going to disturb, and with this proposal, disturb our community. Another one is Pikimai. And the view, what do they call it? The view shaft down Trafalgar Street. It was put there by 4 mothers and 4 fathers decades ago. And the reason I read in the papers for removing that is the trees have grown. Well, the leaves aren't always on the trees, but you know, why are we doing that? Why do we bother to put that in there? I just have difficulty understanding that. And there will be concerns. Talking about trees, it leads me into the next one, the loss of tree canopy in our central city and green spaces because of intensification. There will be concerns about that. Big concerns about that, which in my judgment runs contrary to our goals for climate action and trees providing that vital carbon sink. And contrary to our hopes and our dreams of providing greater biodiversity and habitat for the city, for its bird life. There'll be concerns about the loss of sunlight and views because of intensification, and contrary to our concern for community well-being and mental health. There'll be concerns about the loss of heritage and areas of significance to local communities. And Whenua and iwi, because there is less protections in place. There will be strains on infrastructure. I want to quote the Salvation Army State of the Nation report in 2022. Housing intensification is putting a significant strain on infrastructure. And this, to me, is going to be the elephant in the room with this proposal. Generally, the values of properties that are adjacent to or in the vicinity of intensive developments are devalued. And that comment comes from Nick Goodall, CoreLogic Head of Research. He says the benefits of intensive development only goes to the individual property owner that sells to the developer. And it is a short-term, isolated bump in value. The choice or diversity of housing options, apartments, high-rises, if you call a 6-story one a high-rise, is mostly available to young professionals and empty nesters that have the funds to purchase those sort of valued apartments. And that suits their stage of life, and that's fine. There is displacement, though. This is something that really moves my emotions when I tell you there is displacement of vulnerable groups paying affordable rents, and when there are intensive development comes along, when the intensive development comes along and gentrification comes into play in these areas, demolition of affordable accommodation is replaced by apartments that these people live in at the present time. Accommodation, yes, accommodation apartment. But they cannot afford to stay there and rent the new developments. So they are displaced. With housing densification, there is an emphasis on quantity as opposed to quality. Quality of design is sacrificed because there is a need for speed of getting housing to the market for sale quickly. There's also going to be a concern in the community about the loss of public realm and privatisation of shared community amenity. I'm thinking here I can give so many examples. I won't touch on privacy, but I'm sure others will. But the parking one that I mentioned earlier, where you park your car on the street, on a street that perhaps hasn't had cars of that number using their particular street. But when the apartments come, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6, they will no doubt have a car or 2, and they'll have friends that visit. And so there is an amenity lost to the community. Housing densification is a blunt instrument to solve the housing crisis or housing affordability in Nelson. As the Nelson Tasman Housing Trust said, it is not a silver bullet for this issue. The problem is much more complex. And you've got all sorts of matters like cost of building, lack of skilled construction workers, and cost of materials, and how infrastructure that is required, how is it going to be funded. The blanket approach of one-size-fits-all intensification is a top-down, in my view, system. We know best. For you is the approach. The alternative is at least some protections and some hurdles be put in place. That's my plea to you today. And if that's my preference, to be quite honest. And it's a preference to the free-for-all densification being proposed here. Neighbourhoods should decide because they are the ones impacted. So I'm suggesting establishing neighbourhood citizens panels and have a bottom-up approach rather than a top-down approach, as I'm suggesting is happening here. We must, as a council, revisit and reassess our percentage of tree canopy and green space targets in our central city. And there should be greater protection, of course, for heritage, not less. There should not be displacement of vulnerable people. And this is another concern I have, through intensification or gentrification of an area. They are at the sharp end of any urban intensification. No daylight robbery either. The ability to have sunlight and a view is so important to Nelsonians for their well-being and for their life. I don't want any sausage flats either. Long, intensive development that have limited landscaping and permeable areas which will block sunlight again. A balanced approach is what's required. Yes, everyone deserves a place to live, but everyone also, Mayor Nick, deserves to be respected and to go about their life free and openly. This issue always brings, in my judgment, out name calling. That's what it does. It's such a sensitive issue when you start to talk about people's homes and how they may be affected. So I'm saying to you, this has always been and will continue to be sensitive, and there could be an element of name calling. And if you want better than a free-for-all, market-orientated housing intensification model, if you want that, then you may be called a NIMBY, you may be called living in the past, you may be called in favour of urban sprawl, and you may be called denying young people housing choices. I hope above hope that we all round this table are better than that. And I'm sure we are. This is a very, very important issue, as you've stressed, Mayor Nick, and we must think of the consequences, as I said at the beginning, of what we're doing here today. I think we owe it to everyone to do the best we can for all our community, and councils fundamentally are about the well-being of their communities. There needs to be a checks and balances around intensification. There needs to be a checks and balances around intensification and densification. We can and we should do better for everyone. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Courtney. I have quite deliberately allowed quite a lot of latitude around the council's rules, but that will also speak to others. It's just my view that this is such a huge issue that I don't want to cut anybody off from being able to express their opinions. I also want to acknowledge it's an incredibly complex issue. And so it's not one of those ones where it's a simple yes or no. So I am going to give some latitude. I gave Councillor Courtney latitude. I intend to do the same with others. It is my intention, just for councillors as well, it is my intention for those planning lunch to continue and conclude this item before lunch. Councillor Skinner.
Thank you. I know people get hungry, and myself too. We'll keep this short, but hey, thank you, staff, in distilling a difficult topic. And as you put, you'll have one hand those are wanting greater intensification, but they're not wanting it in their backyard. So today is less about our views, but putting out to the public, and this is why I'm supporting what we're going out, putting this out to the public. I think I've indicated quite clearly some areas I had concerns, or some of the provisions I have concerns in it, but this is going out to the public to then give their response for us at the table to act upon. This has been some time coming, not the fault of our staff, but a number of factors with central government regulations changing, and they might change again with a new government. And it's a big topic for a plan change, and we're focusing on one bit of housing. My immediate concern is for Nelson's housing, and not to replicate Mel's speech. It's got to be about quality, not necessarily quantity, and sometimes having 6 stories high is not always the best place or the cheapest place for housing. But I do have concerns with Nelson's growth and lack of growth. We've got Richmond seems to be gone busters is taking off, and there's a lot of housing provided out there. And my concern is not just residential, has always been, but also for commercial. And if we don't get in on that and enable quality housing, and it doesn't mean huge intensifications in the wrong places, it's the right housing in the right places. So I want this chance for the public to consult back on us, which is exactly what we're doing, and then us to start moving, because Nelson is starting to stagnate. I know it's a nationwide thing and it might be a global thing, but when I go to Richmond and I see their housing boom, a lot of young families moving out there, businesses going out there, I don't want us left behind. And it's not just the residential, it's about some of these rules in regards to enabling development of commercial and light engineering, etc. And you've got to also be conscious of enabling car parking and quality space around homes. So hopefully this will enable a bit more growth and development, and housing provides so much more than just a roof over your head. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Skinner. Councillor Sanson, you were the seconder. Just put your hand up when you wish to exercise that right. I welcome comments from any other councillors. The Deputy Mayor.
Oh, kia ora. I'll comment broadly, of course. I want to thank you, Mayor Nick, for the opportunity to play a role in the hearings on this very significant change to Nelson. As staff touched on, our existing planning rules have been in place for nearly 20 years, but I think it's also worth noting that the process to develop this proposal has been going on for 10 years. And alongside that, a significant investment, $10 million or thereabouts, alongside a large number of staff members, a large number of councils and councillors. Elected members have been dragged in and churned up, as have many staff in the process of this development. And I think what has been touched on around the table and some of the perhaps tensions in what's been said highlights exactly why, is these rules shape much of people's lives and touch closely to things that are very important and that people treasure deeply. And that's why in saying yes, although somewhat apprehensively, to being recommended for the hearings panel, it was with that knowledge that we need to treat those conflicting uses and opinions with the respect that they deserve. But I'm also, and would ask, and I'm hopeful that we can have a respectful and evidence-based debate as we head through this process. We need to hear people's values, but we also need to engage very firmly with the material in front of us. And that's going to be a very, very large job. And it's one that I'm looking forward to. But I do just really want to acknowledge the body of work that's gone into this, the technical detail. There is a lot to get through. And I do hope that as many Nelsonians as possible engage with that material, engage with the submissions process, have their voice heard in this, and contribute to making sure that what comes out the other side of this is reflective of those needs, delivers to the challenges we're facing, and can make the most of the local knowledge that is held so deeply by residents, young and old alike, and that I'm confident we will reach a positive place through this process and through that engagement. So I just want to acknowledge and say thank you to those staff, both in the room today and who have been through this process and moved on. I want to acknowledge Councillor Brian McGurk, who played a major role in this for multiple terms before stepping down at the last election, and wish me luck.
Any other contributions on the debate? Councillor Stella.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. Look, I would like to acknowledge staff for this huge body of work. In the previous council term, when I was not on council, I became familiar with quite a few previous consultations over the past 20 years to do with housing. It did seem to me that there was a consistent view of preference in the community for building up rather than building out. So I think it is entirely appropriate that we bring this plan change to the community. There are benefits and challenges, whatever way, whatever strategy we employ to meet our housing needs. And we should bear in mind, I believe, the benefits of intensification, such as using shared infrastructure, reduced transport needs, reduced emissions, and that we might revitalise the central city by bringing people into that space. I believe we should also cast our eye over the cost of inaction, the cost of continuing as we are with housing unaffordability, negative environmental effects of sprawl, increased traffic, congestion and emissions, and further delay, possibly by decades, of, as I said, rejuvenating our city centre. When we consider building up versus building out has much higher infrastructure costs. Who will bear those costs of inaction? Those who don't have a home, those with housing insecurity, the environment. We know that sprawl has negative environmental effects on rivers, on wildlife. Increased emissions are changing the climate very rapidly on the only planet known to support life. So these are big issues to consider here. And when you look at the plan change, the report, how long it is, all that detail, I'm satisfied it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. It's not a free-for-all. The key part here is it does provide choice in housing that is currently missing.
Thanks, Councillor Stallard. Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. It's my view that diverse housing choice is fundamental to ensuring that Nelson remains livable for the generations to come. I remember causing a bit of a stir in my social work class when I declared that if you have an empty bedroom in your house, then you're contributing to the housing crisis. I'm not 19 anymore, and I probably wouldn't phrase my comments that way, but there was an element of truth to it. For the past 7 years, my family have had 2 or 3 flatmates living with us. Right now we have 4. Why on earth would these people choose to share a house with my screaming kids at 5 o'clock in the morning, 2 irritating and needy cats, and my wife and I, who you really don't want to encounter before our morning coffee? I can tell you it's not because they want to use our garden or our garage. It's because all they want is to be close to NMIT, have a good place to sleep, and admittedly have access to our Netflix account. But those options are limited. Now, I'm a bit of a wild card because despite being a social worker, like Trudy, I tend to be a little bit conservative. And honestly, I do find change really uncomfortable. And I'm sure many people will find the proposed changes here quite uncomfortable. But what I find more uncomfortable are things like homelessness, things like losing our treasured green spaces, pricing my children out of our city, and watching our city centre decay. My hope is that through Plan Change 29, we can make progress against some of these challenges. So once notified, I encourage the public to have their say, as your submissions will shape the outcome of this work.
Thanks, Councillor Hodgson. Any other contributions? Wonderful to have a youth councillor's contribution.
Yeah, thank you. It's the Youth Council's really glad to be here, especially on such an exciting meeting. It is. There's been some very interesting topics discussed today. Hey, firstly, I'd like to really tautoko the comments made by Councillor Hodgson, especially pertaining to youth. But I'd like to add to that from a very youth-specific lens, because while I'm not particularly qualified to talk about resource management legislation, I am able to kind of say where the sentiment of youth in Nelson is at the moment. And I'd say that very much there's this feeling and this idea that when you finish high school in Nelson, you can go to university in Wellington or Christchurch, where there's a dynamic city life, lots of I won't say affordable, but there is lots of variety in terms of housing, and obviously you're up there studying. There is very much a feeling that young people are leaving for these places and not returning to Nelson. And I think the cost of living crisis has been one factor in this, but largely inability to find secure housing is a huge factor that is driving people away from Nelson. And if we want a dynamic city a city for all ages, as council has said, I think it's important to consider that the status quo without Plan Change 29 is a pretty actively driving young people away from Nelson, in turn changing the feel of our city and the outcomes that we get. Thank you.
Well said. Any other contributions? I'm just going to exercise my right to reply just because I have such an intense interest in the subject area. One point of which I do agree with Councillor Courtney is that I have concerns about the parking provisions in Plan Change 29, but sadly we have no choice. That is, the government has regulated and said that we cannot put a requirement for parking. I think that is a error in the law. Council officers have no choice but to comply with that. And whomever is government post the 14th of October, my view is that we do need to have a conversation about that issue, where I believe the current law is too rigid and does not allow us to be able to make provisions. And I share some of Councillor Courtney's concerns that you may end up with developments where you end up, and I've seen it in other cities, where you end up with a whole lot of cars parked on verges and other areas that causes disturbance for communities. The bit I respectfully disagree is when people says that Plan Change 29 is about one size fits all. It is exactly the opposite. The problem is that for decades, New Zealand has said that housing must be on a quarter acre section. It's not that New Zealanders decided that we all had to have quarter acre sections. It was actually the lawmakers. And actually, this change is about flexibility. The last point I would wish to make is this isn't a black and white issue. That's what makes it so challenging. It's about a range and a really difficult balancing up of how much heritage does this community want to protect and how much do we wish to see development. And it is not black or white or either. It is equally my view that the city is going to need greenfields development as well as brownfields development. Equally, it's my view is that one of the most difficult balances for the panel that we're appointing to work here is between the rights of those that live now in their neighbourhood and their needs, as well as what the rights are for future homeowners and future of those that live in the community. And there is going to have to be for the panel a really careful weighing up and navigating a path for the city that is balanced on those multiple challenges. It's now my intention to put the resolutions through to item 7, 1 to 7 that I have moved. Councillor Sanderson has seconded. Those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those to the contrary say no. The resolution is carried. Plan Change 29 will be notified. I'm now going to call a break for lunch. Can I apologise to some of the groups? The agenda has been moved around as a consequence of developments this morning. My intention will be, because I know the arts group particularly has came in, is it is my intention to take their report and to adjust the timetable for their convenience, that when we resume at 2 o'clock, that will be the first item, so that I do not have them holding, and then I'll revert back to the normal agenda. Council is adjourned until 2 p.m. Council's resumed. As I indicated prior to the break, I intend to shuffle the agenda and to take item 12, which is the Nelson Festival Trust report for 22-23 on pages 228 to 290 of our agenda. Then it's my intention to switch back to our standard. Can I apologise to the Festival Trust for the times being moved around a little, and look forward to receiving your presentation and report.
Tēnā koutou katoa. It's my privilege to introduce to you Lydia and Sarah. Lydia is the Artistic Director of the festival, and Sarah is a board member of the Nelson Festivals Trust. I'd like to apologise, I'll send the apologies here from Ali Boswick, who is the chair of the trust, who can't be with us today. She's on a well-deserved holiday, but Lydia is going to present on behalf of the trust, and she's promised to put a smile on your face. So thank you. Over to you, Lydia.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Lydia Zanetti tōku ingoa. I'm the Executive and Artistic Director of Nelson Arts Festival, alongside Ms. Sarah Yarrow, representing the Nelson Festivals Trust, which has governed the Arts Festival since late 2018, when it became independent from the council. Today, I'm here to reflect on July 22 through to June 23, focusing on the festival we delivered in October 22, with some updates looking ahead to our offering for the 19th to the 29th of October this year. Looking forward to celebrating all the energy we brought to the CBD. Right. Yeah, thanks. After all the disruptions in 2020 and 21, in 22 we were finally able to present a festival of scale with 11 days of and then 54 events across 38 locations and featuring 220 artists. From sold out gigs to standing ovations, from the breathtaking performance of Thor at Port Nelson and the life-changing experience of immersing oneself in Ko Te Ako, to intimate conversations and inspirations on arts prescription. There were so many special moments during the 22 festival. With the support of Ministry of Culture and Heritage and NBS, we were enabled to trial pay what you can ticketing across all of our events. A New Zealand first for an arts festival, which we're super proud of. I'll speak more to this as it is a key part of our goal to build accessibility for the whole community to the arts. In 22, we reached over 33,000 people across the festival, encouraging feelings of joy and inspiration, connection and community, with enhanced wellbeing and accessibility, and increased empathy and knowledge of our whole community. This is the power of the arts in action. As was clear in our very early strategy work, community-led practice is a vital part of what we do. And last year, 26% of the program was led by the community. We had 5 very special commissions and 16 Aotearoa premieres, making this festival unlike any other festival happening across the Motu. We continue to walk the talk by further diversifying our programming and building accessibility through Pay What You Can, our commitment to free events and experiences, and our new Access program, which included 2 audio described and 2 NZSL interpreted events, 1 touch tour, and beginning to build better accessibility into our communications and platforms. Pay What You Can was a huge success, with audiences commenting on the range of people at events, increased community impact and reach, and positivity of feeling could give access of the arts onwards to your neighbours. So far, we've learned that the lower price point tickets, which are subsidised by the higher price point tickets and other financial support, they boost first-time engagement. They create advocates for the festival as people go to more events. They enable 21 to 30-year-olds, people with tamariki, and a more culturally diverse audience to attend. And people said that they'd like to pay more if they could, so we know that it's building future audiences for the arts and events in general. Of the higher price points, almost all purchases were return festival goers, allowing lovers of the festival to gift their love of the arts onwards. They said that they bought this price point because they wanted to support the festival overall, and they wanted to pay it forward and support others to have access to events. 23 is our final year of support from the Ministry of Culture and Heritage to trial Pay What You Can, and we can't wait to see what results this year also brings. We are super hopeful that there can be a way to continue Pay What You Can ticketing sustainably into 24 and beyond, as we think it's one of the most directly impactful ways that we can open our event to the whole community, to bring them together and to connect. A couple of highlights from this list. We're actively growing our social media reach, which is in turn is diversifying our audiences, noting our 53% growth in engagement in 22. 94% of our audiences thought we did a great job and will return again for future festivals. In 22, we got the highest level of national media coverage since our inception, firmly reiterating Whakatū Nelson's place on the map as a city of exceptional artistic experiences. I thought this quote summed it up quite nicely. Nelson felt alive, connected, a community to be proud of, inspiring new connections, glorious mix of diversity and ages. Team Desers, I won't go into the full 22 program, but again wanted to highlight some of these quotes. The programming contributed to me being able to immerse myself in the kinds of arts and culture I remember from being in other cities in Aotearoa and overseas, and certainly showed what the city was capable of. And the following speaks to our investment in and opportunities for local artists to perform and connect. As a local musician, I came out of this festival with so many new friends and connections within our Whakatū creative community. It also meant the world to the band and I to open for musicians like this, feeling validated, encouraged and inspired. Here's some images for you to remember the time it was. Who can forget Thor, the international and Aotearoa premiere of this work straight from the Sydney Festival and Sydney Opera House. Our Special Commission Ko Te Ako is finding new pathways internationally in Australia, Europe and Canada, where it will continue to carry the acknowledgement of its commission and premiere at the Nelson Arts Festival, a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Here it's captured some of the many wonderful events that occurred as part of our Access program and also our Tamariki and Rangatahi program. This touch show shown on the left was an incredibly special and moving event for all involved. From performances to interactive dance moments to iceberg design and writing workshops, our Tamariki and Rangatahi program expanded in all directions in 22. Particular highlight was Pipi Pau Pau, which you can see up the top, at Te Awhina Marae ko Hangareo, where many of the tamariki had never seen a Māori performer speaking in Te Reo Māori in a show before. Our literary program, Puka Puka Talks, continues to be the largest annual literary program by a regional arts festival, real jewel in the festival crown across Labour weekend. Since 21, we've been actively investing in our visual arts offering with arts and prescription, whispers, masks and explorations of identity in 22. As this artist said, I haven't felt this excited about the arts in Whakatū Nelson since I was an extra for WOW show as a child. All in all, 11 days of unmissable arts experiences for and with Whakatū. Hugest thanks from the board and team to Nelson City Council for its incredible role as our core funder, and to all our major funders, grants and partners for their vital role in our existence. Since the end of the 22 wrap, we've dived straight into our 23 programming, such as the joy of annual festivals. And with our brochure just recently to print, we're excited to be sharing the full program with you all at our launch on the 31st of August. There are a couple of events though which have been released early. We are very excited to hear all the return of Mask Carnival in 2023, an absolute festival favourite. We can't wait to take over the streets of Whakatū CBD with a mask parade full of tamariki, community, culture, masks, music and colour, all speaking to our theme of rewild, regenerate. We're excited to be presenting such a loved events, sprinkled with performances from local and national stars, working to celebrate our whole community and legacy of mask making in Whakatū. We return again to refining art space for a full gallery takeover with autistic visual artist Bailey Lobb. Enter into a breathtaking world of colour filled with large-scale soothing sensory blow-up bubbles. After selling out his previous experience, Witi Himaira returns to Puka Puka Talks for special one-off Witi and Friends Gala Night, an extraordinary array of Māori wordsmiths. And after being unable to play in 21, we're stoked to have the wonderful Kita return to the DeVille Music Hub as part of the national tour, Love Lies Here, a not to be missed gig. Celebrated singer-songwriter Thea presents reimagined songs from her critically acclaimed alt pop catalogue alongside Dreamy Waiata from her award-winning Reo Māori project Te Kahu at the Theatre Royal. And on the final Sunday, get those dancing shoes on from the Sydney Opera House and Ireland's National Concert Hall to Nerd Off Vineyards. Irish music heroes Grada reunite to tour their homelands of Ireland and Aotearoa. With over 1,000 cities and 30 countries over 10 years under their belt. Grada are, quote, to Irish music what Arcade Fire is to indie, informal, prodigious and full of spirit. Thanks to the Washington Post. With 53 events planned over 11 days in 23, we're pleased to be growing our statistics with 29% kaupapa Māori events, 53% led by Black, Indigenous and people of colour, 31% led by the community, again speaking to our commitment to this programming, and 6% of artists self-identifying as disabled, deaf, neurodivergent or chronically ill, including our major installation of Bailey Lobb's work. We've noted that in the 23 program, there is a growth of investment of 44% growth for free events since 2019, a real sense of our commitment to this part of the program. And we continue to offer paid work to crew and artists, as well as much of our revenue going back into local businesses, building sustainability for the community at large. As we begin to be able to look further afield after the years that have been, we're looking forward to entering a time of growth and resilience. We've recently moved into a new office space, which provides a much more sustainable work environment and professionalism ongoing. We're looking forward to revisiting our strategy towards the end of the year. We've been punching above our weight in line with some of the biggest of our national arts festivals and events, and are looking forward to being able to continue on this journey, telling the wonderful stories of Whakatū Nelson to the world alongside Nelson City Council ongoing. I had a little rap video, but I think we have to skip it due to time, but I hope you've all had a chance to see it on our socials. Maybe it might get circulated, but thank you so much for your time and NGEN's support. It means so much to us all. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Can I kick the ball rolling with a question? I note in your 22 year, you received 150 grand from Creative New Zealand and 75 from the Ministry of Culture. In your presentation, I just want to check whether I heard you correctly, is the contract provides for that funding for this year, but you don't have certainty beyond that, or you've applied and not been successful. Can you just be a bit clear about, it's a pretty big chunk of money, what's the forward look on that? And am I confused about those two items? Is it both of them that are potentially a question mark over?
So the only longer term funding that we have is the Nelson City Council funding. So for Creative New Zealand funding, it's year on year. We have to apply each year. Yep. And the Ministry of Culture and Heritage funding was specifically for trialling Pay What You Can, and it was across a 2-year bracket. So that finishes at the end of this calendar year.
Thank you. Other questions? Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. Thank you, Lydia and Sarah, for being here today. And Lydia, that presentation was excellent. Absolutely, very professional and very interesting. What caught my attention was, and I have to say how delighted I am with it, a 20% growth in events led by the community last year. And then, to my astonishment, you tell us just a second or two ago that it's risen 5% to this year's 2023 year to 31% led by the community. Now, that's exactly what this council wants, the community to be involved. So my question is around, do you see yourselves as a facilitator of events led by the community? Is that the main aim, or what do you see in this area as growth? What's your goal to achieve more community? I'm not even happy with that. I'm delighted with it, but I wonder whether that's can be grow even further.
It's a really interesting question. Clearly, through our consultation we did in 2018, there's a really strong desire for community-led work within the program, and that remains a really core part of our strategy as it currently stands. And I think that the ongoing strategy work will continue to reveal the future pathway for the organisation. Absolutely, community-led work will remain one of our core aspects of what we do. I think that is hugely important. And I also think it's really important to be bringing in artists and views from outside of the community to meet the community. So I think that those two things need to coexist within our ongoing strategy work. Yes.
Any other questions? I think the council collectively would want to thank you for your work, for your presentation today. Every one of us is wishing you best wishes for the festival that's upcoming and pretty excited about it. And we look forward to an ongoing dialogue with you. Is there a member of the council that would be prepared to move the resolution under item 12, the receiving of the report and the attachments? Thanks, Councillor Sanson, seconded by Councillor Courtney. If there's no debate, I'll simply put that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no, that's carried. And again, thank you very much for your
Thank you so much.
We come back to the main agenda and that is the review of the standing orders, and invite our council officers who have helped us do this work before the committee. Welcome, Robin and Nikki. If you just want to give a quick overview, then we can take any questions. And without being too steerage from the chair, I see these changes and refinements as relatively small, and I hope we can move this item relatively quickly.
Kia koutou. I'll take the report as read, but just reiterate that under the Local Government Act, we need to adopt a set of standing orders, and until we, those standing orders don't need to be re-adopted each triennium. They stand until they are re-adopted. Local Government New Zealand bring out a template every 3 years, and they recommend that new councils settle in for some time using their old template or our older version until we actually bring this forward, so that you are more familiar with the standing orders. So there are very few changes. There are some items that Local Government New Zealand recommend reaffirming or readdressing each time, and they are the ones that are listed in the recommendations.
Okay, questions? Councillor Stella.
Thanks, Minna. Yeah, I just sent through a few questions prior to the meeting. Just one to follow up on. I don't know if we want to discuss it as a group around the public forum. The wording has been changed, something like "will have a public forum" to "may have a public forum." So are we happy to have succession of meetings when there is no public forum at the discretion of someone, possibly it's the mayor who decides, or do we want to actually have a public forum?
Can I just check, because I had no appreciation, and it's a question of the council staff. Is there any significance in that change of the word "may" to "will"? Was it simply that if there is no applications, that you would not have one, or was the intention to have some discretion, to clarify Councillor Stallard's point?
Through the chair, I believe it's actually the change from "will" to "may" that refers to up to 30 minutes. So I think it will be up to 30 minutes, and this is that it may be up to 30 minutes, and that really is at the discretion of the chair to determine that, sometimes you've got a very large workload ahead of you. And for example, today, we did have 3 public forums booked, and one of them cancelled at the late notice, and we didn't, the chair decided not to look for another public forum because he was aware that there was a lot of work to get through.
So the "may" is with respect to the time limit, not whether you have a public forum or not. Any other questions? I know there was some, and can I just, for councillors, there was some discussion about right of reply. And my personal view is that there can be occasions when public forum occurs where, in the interest of natural justice, I believe there should be the opportunity for council to, particularly if there is a attack on a particular organisation, for them to be able to provide balance. What I've been advised by officers is that is not prevented under the existing standing orders, so I have indicated I'm quite relaxed about it. If I feel that there is a public forum submission that is going to affect on the reputation of another organisation, it is my intention to exercise that discretion and to invite that person to reply. If there's no further questions of our officers, is a councillor prepared to move the adoption? Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Happy to move. I'm just wondering whether we put in the standard delegation of minor amendments. I noted that in Aaron's email picked up just one or two very minor spelling mistakes and just there.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you, Rohan. Yes, we have made some minor editorial changes. Thanks, Councillor Stallard. And that's why we've actually changed the recommendation to the amended standing orders.
So they include just tidying up the day-to-days type stuff.
Yes.
Great. Then, very happy to move.
So we've got a move from the Deputy Mayor, a seconder from Councillor Sansom. Thank you to officers. It's now open for debate on the adoption of the amended standing orders. And can I thank Councillor Stella for picking up those errors and keeping us tidy. If that's the case,
As the mover, I'll just say I'm deeply disappointed we're not having a fierce debate about standing orders because I really love them. But at the same time, Councillor Paki, put down your hand.
Any other contributions? Councillor Skinner.
Hey, thank you. Thank you for some clarification on standing orders. And I realise we're still to that learning curve for some, and we're always learning new things as old. So in some of these where we get a little bit concerned if we start relaxing some of those standing orders, I see about putting in multiple amendments. I'm all for keeping good governance and allowing good opportunity for members around the table to express, but just a little concern where we sort of slackening a little bit in this, allowing people to speak more than once to a motion or have an amendment, and then if you lose it, putting in another amendment. I'm just conscious, and also changing a motion, the words. I think a lot of that is enabled when you're chairing a meeting, if you see there's something's been overlooked or an oversight, or I need more clarification on the meaning of the terminology. But I also get concerned that we might have creep coming in if we're too lax. There's a reason for formality, and I'm not always the most formally orientated person, but when it comes to meetings, I've appreciated in previous terms and got to understand why some of these odd formalities are there to keep the meeting on task and prevent in the odd occasion when it's can be desirable to try and keep adding a motion or amendment when it's not going the way you want, and then it is counterproductive. So I'm just a little conscious on that. So I see it's in regards to members speaking more than once. That's permission of a chairman. I don't have a problem with that as long as it doesn't feel like we can do that all the time. And also the one where you can sort of amend, allows for motion to be amended with agreement of the mover and seconder, which is fine. But this could be concerned if it gets to a point where we start doing it again and again and taking advantage of those leniencies. So I know the spirit of it is good, and sometimes you need those formal rules, a bit like in a football game or a chess game, just so that everyone's on the same page. So I'm just conscious of any bit of creep and some of those laxing. I'm all for informality when it's needed, but there's a reason for these formalities to keep everyone on a level playing field and to stop this of cross-table debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other contributions on the standing orders paper? I'll put the resolution.
Just a quick part of reply to say that as part of these resolutions, we're adopting option A, which is that most formal and retains those limits on the ability to move amendments. And I don't believe there's been any changes to those sort of options, and any change would have to be a decision of council. So we will stay prim and proper and wearing ties and.
Yeah, I live in hope. There's no further contributions. I'll put the standing orders paper, those resolutions 1 through to 7. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, no. That is adopted. We come to item 10, and I invite Nikki and Alish before to present the paper on the Tatai Whetū funding.
Kia ora koutou. So through the chair, we'll take the report as read and happy to answer any questions.
I had just a quick question. Some of this affects the funding that's been provided from the government. Do we need their consent? And is the intent of this to then go and ask for it? Or actually do we have the discretion for these two funding reallocations? So I'm quite comfortable with it. It's just a matter of, is there an extra step if we adopt these resolutions today to check in with the Department of Internal Affairs officials to see that they're okay? Or do you view that we've got the discretion to make the decision on ourselves?
Through the chair, so the DAA have been clear that council does have flexibility, but we do need to notify them of the changes.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you. Would the chair of the task force be happy to move these resolutions 1 to 5? Is there a member who prepared? Pete Rainey is prepared to second. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, no, and carried. We now come to item number 11 and invite Richard with respect to the changes in the terms of reference for the regional pest management strategy.
Sorry, through the chair, he's on his way. So
I love the challenges for officials when some items that we sort of thought would be short and some are very keeps you guys on your toes. Mandy, are you able to give any sort of opening comments on it before Richard gets here, or would you prefer to wait till he arrives?
I can certainly start things off. So, yeah, this is a change to follow suit with Tasman District Council to make amendments to the regional pest strategy to be able to consider feral cats for site-specific management. Yeah, so it's all, that's the guts of it and is all in alignment with what TDC are doing.
Councillor Sanson.
I'm just foreshadowing, I would like to move this if possible, because I think this has actually come to the table of both councils at I raised it, yeah, I just want to.
You don't have to justify it. We know you're interested in the subject.
Yeah, but I just want to say thanks to the staff of both councils, TDC and NCC, because when it was discussed among elected members of both councils, the staff responded that they really felt there was merit to reviewing the areas which, or potentially expanding the areas for consideration for feral cat control. So yeah, I just want to say thanks very much. And I don't have any questions.
Good. Why, Mark, just for the purposes of efficiency and moving forward, is someone prepared to second it just while we wait, Richard? Thanks, Councillor Stallard. Is there any other comments or questions? If I was just to make a broader comment about this issue, it would be my preference with the work being done jointly by the Nelson and Tasman councils, and I'm very supportive of around the joint management strategy. My preference for them would be them also doing the work on a potential bylaw around cats. Staff advice is that they just want to hold off on that until we get clear steerage on the national strategy, and that's fine. But ultimately, I just want to give an expectation that that would be the next logical step to get the work on the pest management strategy and the cat bylaw being done together. Sorry to catch you on your toes. We had a couple of items that we dealt a bit more quickly. I don't know whether you wanted. There seems broad support around the council. The recommendations have been moved and seconded. Richard, did you want to add any further comments on the report from staff?
No, I appreciate that, Nick. It's relatively straightforward, and essentially the recommendation would enable the Joint Committee to consider the inclusion of feral cats in its work as it reviews the pest management plan. So relatively straightforward. It's really just picking up on the discussion and general agreement and comments from the workshop that was held on the 2nd of June.
Thanks, Richard. Tim, Councillor Skinner, a question.
Yes, thank you. I think I just want to make sure there's clarification here. We've got the pest management plan here and feral cats, understand that, and then there was a conversation about the cat bylaw. They're completely two different things.
Yes, through you, Mayor Nick. They are completely different processes, although they will complement each other. If a bylaw was to be introduced further down the track, that would help with the identification of companion cats, which would also enable a bit of clarity or support the provisions in the pest management plan. But the pest management plan review can take place without a bylaw in place.
Correct. And vice versa. Cat bylaw could take place without a pest management plan.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm just it's good that we've there's all sorts of pests that we're working on. Feral cats, that hasn't been a problem in Nelson. I can understand in Tasman an issue, but we'll be right in saying feral cats hasn't been an issue that we've had to deal with in Nelson.
It has been a problem. It has emerged through some of our trapping groups in particular. The challenge is that we haven't got any roles or provisions in our plan covering Nelson to enable us to manage it.
Of course, I'm trying to clarify whether it's needed in that sense, or whether feral cats are definitely a problem. But I'm also conscious of us putting in management plans of things which are unnecessary. So when we've had feral cats, I know like we've helped out trapping down Pelorus. There's the cat issue and obviously out in the Tasman, but I'm not aware of it in Nelson. So are we creating a plan which is unnecessary?
Probably the easiest way to answer that is that would be worked through with the plan review. Essentially, a proposal will be developed for the joint committee to consider. Through the process of considering it, it will go out for public submission, and then that will be a test of the degree of support for those provisions. But without the terms of reference, including the consideration of feral cats, that discussion or exploration can't happen.
So just we're trying to labour it. I understand feral cats are a problem, but I'm always concerned when it's a bit like we're doing some sort of parking reviews, etc., roading reviews. If it's an issue, that's an issue by all means. But if it's not an issue, I just tend to think by all means we support Tasman in their endeavours. But when we're looking after our region, I won't ask any more on that. But I'm just trying to justify us doing this. Got every support of us getting rid of feral cats, but we're just doing a step which is unnecessary, and the status quo has worked very well. Thank you.
Councillor Sanson.
Quick, thanks, Mayor Nick, through the chair. Just a quick follow-up question, because we're not yet in debate, are we? We're still in questions. Yeah. Thanks, Kia ora, Richard. Thanks very much for the report. It's my understanding that there have been concerns raised by Brookwell Marama Sanctuary and the trapping groups that are managing areas around the Halo, so the Nelson Halo area, that feral cats are of concern. We don't have any tools allowing us to manage them. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So it's already been identified that it's an issue in Nelson, and we now, through if we approve this, the committee, the joint subcommittee will be able to consider it and then go out to the community to seek their views on whether control of feral cats is something this community supports or not.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Well, good. Look, I have been, because of Richard's coming and going, a little bit loose about whether we're in debate or question mode. So let's just be a little bit more disciplined. That is now, I'm only going to take questions. Now Richard's here, and then I'll move on to those that wish to debate the resolutions. Councillor Bench.
Thank you, Nick. Would this make us the same as TDC, or is it just a step towards TDC?
Well, essentially, it's a joint plan with both councils. What we'll be looking at is having particular sites where rules will apply for feral cats, like there is one currently, I think, as has been previously mentioned, around the Waimea Inlet, a very small area. But the Joint Committee will consider adding further areas in Tasman and in Nelson. So it won't apply across the whole region. It'll be targeted at significant natural areas where feral cats are a problem.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any further questions? Thank you very much to Richard and Mandy. The motion has been moved and seconded, is now open to debate. Councillor Stallard.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. Yeah, just a couple of quick points. I don't have any data in front of me, but I suspect that any area where we are making efforts to re-establish Indigenous forests and wildlife close to urban areas, there's potential for problems from feral cats, and that it is handy to have some tool to address that. Secondly, just to be clear about what we're voting on here, so Rachel and I are on this joint committee, and the committee's work this term is simply a review of the existing plan, and we have scope for the review, limited scope. At our previous meeting, Rachel said, well, surely in a small area in the estuary, we can target feral cats. There are probably other areas we should be doing that. So we asked to have our scope enlarged. So all decisions are a long way off. The committee this is simply giving the joint committee permission to look at the issue. So I see it as a low risk, a good thing to do.
A good explanation. Any other contributions? Councillor Bench.
Thank you. I don't know about this word feral cats. I think it's just cats. There isn't any question about what they do. The resident paradise ducks in both Nauatu and in Marsden Cemetery, their offspring get eaten by cats every year. They also get the pukeko. Our skylarks have virtually disappeared. We seem to use the word feral cats because it somehow sanitises it for us. The fact is cats just are the worst killers. And I know how demoralising it is for the people who put in all the hours, voluntary hours, trapping and trying to help our wildlife. The Brook Reserve is a good example. We've created an area where birds can breed safely, and we've introduced saddlebacks and things into there, and they will raise 2, 3, maybe 4 chicks. They'll descend to the ground, and their parents will teach them how to feed. Then they learn to fly. And they will sit on the fence around the Brook Sanctuary. And because there's lots of birds inside the sanctuary, there's probably more food outside the sanctuary. And they know they can just fly down to the ground and get it. And as we were told by the people that run the sanctuary, there is an unusual amount of cats around the outside of the fence. And they actually asked why. It's because we're feeding them. That's what we're doing. And they're not feral cats. They're cats. If we want to be serious about this, we need to do something about cats, not feral cats. There really isn't a difference. They can catch fantails easily. You know, they're pretty tricky little birds. So let's not just tick a box that says we're going to get rid of feral cats and go away and pat ourselves on the back and think we're job done. It's not done. It's not even started until we address cats. And I know that's not a vote winner. So if any of you just want votes sitting on council, you're not going to get any doing this. But I'm more than happy to. So it needs a proper look at. And we need to do something about cats, or all the other work we're doing is simply feeding cats. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Benj. Any other contributions? Councillor Sanson?
I'm just right of reply if other people have.
Are there any further contributions? And I'll ask Councillor Sanson to move the resolution to reply. My brief contribution would simply be very much in line with Councillor Stallard's, and that is, this is simply setting up the opportunity for us jointly with Tasman to develop a strategy. I take on board the challenge of Councillor Benj, but it's one step at a time, and this is a step in the right direction. Councillor Sanson.
Thanks, Mayor, through the chair. Yeah, I just would like to speak in support of this, and again to acknowledge the staff who have worked jointly across both councils to bring this minor amendment forwards, and looking forward to our work as the Regional Pest Management Joint Committee, and then to hearing the views of the community on this matter, and also to acknowledge, Mayor Nick, your comments around the importance of this going hand in hand with a bylaw on cats. I'm also hopeful that that work will proceed with, whatever pace the staff have the capacity for, but I hope that it doesn't take too long. I'd really love to see it this term of council. Thanks.
Thank you. The resolution's been moved and seconded. All those in favour of resolutions 1, 2 and 3, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, say no. That is carried. We've dealt with item 12. We move to item 13. I again invite, it's your long day, Mandy. Multi-skilled compliance today. So we're on pages 291 to 385 on the council's compliance strategy.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. Just, I guess, a bit of context for those that aren't familiar with this compliance strategy. It is aligned with national and regional guidelines for compliance monitoring and enforcement activities, mainly stemmed from the regional council side of things. But we, as a unitary council, we have applied the same principles to all of the regulatory functions that we undertake. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
I thought it was fascinating data, particularly in areas like sort of understanding that parking and noise keep you and your team so busy. Happy to take questions from any colleagues. Pretty happy? I think it's Councillor Benj.
Does or can the council use drones?
That's a good question. We don't at the moment, but we know other councils that do. And they are used as enforcement or monitoring tools, yes.
And that's, you can legally fly a drone over someone else's property and take pictures of it. Is that true?
There is, through the chair, there is the Search and Surveillance Act. So there are restrictions. It depends on your intended use of that information that you gain through drones with cameras or just ordinary cameras. So it is possible to use it, but you might need to have a search warrant before you use it for that purpose.
Why would you fly a drone and take pictures if you didn't have an intended use for the pictures?
Well, I know Marlborough District Council use it in their forestry sector, so they use it to map and understand where activities are happening, not necessarily as a compliance monitoring or enforcement tool until such time as they become aware of issues. Yeah. So it's used mapping, it's used for identifying where activities are happening.
So you can do mapping, and if you happen to see something, how does that work?
Yes, if something is picked up, that's when you'll start an investigation process.
But there's no restriction on mapping.
Correct.
So you can, basically.
Well, you can't use that as evidence. You'd have to investigate separately.
Okay. Thank you.
Complicated.
Any other questions? I'm happy to move from the chair. The bit that I do think is important, it's a bit like Plan Change 29, and that this is the hard work that our team is doing every day. You can write all the rules in the world, but if you're not actually ensuring compliance, then there's not much, and it needs to be done well. And the bit that I particularly enjoyed in the report was the comparison with other local authorities as to how we're matching up, and those trend lines that have had some disruption from COVID. But it's going to be interesting to watch on an ongoing basis where they go. Somebody prepared to second the report? Thank you, Councillor Brand. Any further discussion that colleagues would like? That being the case, I'll put the resolution 1 and 2 with respect to receiving and noting the compliance report. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, say no. That is done. We come to item 14, and I invite Andrew White before the committee. I would, just while Andrew comes forward, is note that myself and Andrew yesterday had a Zoom session with the Ministry for the Environment post the writing of his report, and there was a very constructive dialogue, and I am optimistic that we will get some funding from the Ministry for the Environment's Contaminated Remediation Fund. The general basis of which they've provided support is on a 50-50 basis, so that does not exempt the fact that council is going to take a hit, but there is significant work that will be required by Andrew and team to get that application in and to progress it. But I felt quite optimistic coming out of yesterday's meeting at the prospects of getting financial support from government for dealing with this difficult problem. Andrew, over to you.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. At some point, I will come to you with a report about good news. Well, I certainly hope to. So this won't come as a surprise to any of you. We've been communicating this evolving situation with you as we've been going through. But now the rubber's hitting the road in terms of we've got enough knowledge to put something to you requesting unbudgeted expenditure, which is the purpose of this report. Largely speaks for itself, but my colleague Sarah Clark here will just make some comments.
Thanks, Sarah.
Kia ora koutou. My name is Sarah, Team Leader of Parks in the City Council. This report was written relatively quickly after some testing took place on the what we now know as a contaminated sawdust pile at Tahuna Beach, the top car park at the back beach. This has been sitting there since the late 1960s when council approved a decision to dump timber material there, and it has been sitting under sand and soil, and the car park has been topped since then as a car park. The beach front has waxed and waned over the years, as you'll know, and lately it has been more waning, and it has been eroding away since about 2019 when the sawdust pile was discovered, obviously by the public and officers. In May this year, the testing was completed and the results were brought to us in around about mid-June. And from then on, things started to happen fairly quickly as we got to this point where we are now. We're seeking to come to you to allocate unbudgeted expenditure for a number of things, for a short-term plan as we try to mitigate against the effects arising from the sawdust material placed there, and to also consider a long-term action plan as we look at what to do with this contaminated material. We're also seeking to have unbudgeted expenditure allocated to us of $350,000 to mitigate against these effects. We are unsure at the moment exactly what to do and how to do it, but we're requesting this money to be able to act very quickly. And we're also just want to note that the Mayor has written to the Minister and Chief Executive of the Ministry for the Environment, and a report, an application is on its way to start being completed by the middle of next week. If there are any questions, I'm sure that Andrew and I will be able to provide some answers. Thank you.
Councillor Sansom.
Thanks, Mayor Nick, through the chair. Thanks very much for this report. I've just got a couple of questions. The first one is the area. How confident are we that this is the only area of contamination and that there are not other areas at Tahunanui Beach or elsewhere in the city where there may be this kind of contaminated material? And, if we found that there was a council record that approved this, have we looked at those records to see if there's material being dumped elsewhere?
Thanks through you, Mayor Nick. I think it's very likely that there are other sites around the city where this material was deposited. There are records on council's file that this material was planned to be deposited in other locations, and we are doing some testing in some other locations as well. So I think the point of difference with this site is that it's an eroding site, so it's really, really evident, and it is having an effect. But certainly it's a very good question, and there is some archival material that we're needing to go through.
Thanks. And would it be possible through the mayor for elected members to get an update on where other contaminated sites may be? I think we have a kind of governance responsibility to be aware of those in due course.
Yes, my expectation would be that if Andrew and his team identify other sites, that at the earliest possible opportunity they'll be brought to the attention of the governance team.
Thanks. And then
Sorry, can I also just note that there are quite a number of hail sites around Nelson City, as there are around all over the country, which may not be this material, but are a range of other materials, and that is publicly available on council's website as well.
Thanks. And then just my next question is around the timing of the testing. Obviously the public and some elected members last term had raised concerns about the erosion as early as 2019. And I'm just wondering why we wouldn't have initiated testing earlier.
Through the mayor, in 2019, officers were aware that it was eroding, there was sawdust there. No tests were taken. To be perfectly honest, when officers saw it, there was just no query over the fact that this would be contaminated. It didn't go through officers' minds that it would be contaminated, because how would somebody dump contaminated material there? The sawdust was also seen to be as such sawdust, and it wasn't until later last year, middle of last year, that wooden bits of material were seen, and that was what raised questions. The sawdust was one thing, bits of wooden material that looked like it could be treated was seen, and that's when questions were raised then. Unfortunately, the August floods did take over, and that took up a huge amount of officers' time. In early February, I believe, officers started to try to find someone who could do the testing. That took a little bit of time, but by March we'd found somebody. Phone calls went backwards and forwards, and around about mid-April an on-site meeting took place, and very early May they were commissioned to do the work. So yes, it did take a while, unfortunately.
Yeah, thanks. And then just I went for a walk down there. I walk there a lot, and I've been observing it since 2019, and now further south, so outside of the kind of marked area on the map, there is it's almost like geologic, there's formations of sand with the sawdust material underneath. Quite far south, there's some big pieces about that big of sawdust, broken material kind of scattered down the beach. Is there some way, some remediation that we can do, or is it at this stage, are we just still in kind of trying to develop a plan as to how we deal with it?
Through the mayor, for a long time now, we have had our contractors who have been monitoring the area. The bigger bits that you've been talking about, sometimes our contractors are moving them back into the sawdust area or removing them completely. We expect for them to be relatively diluted, but we do have contractors on site every day to monitor the contaminated pile. And we do have Tonkin and Taylor who are also doing it on a weekly basis just to be able to map what the erosion is.
Councillor Skinner.
Thank you for that. Thank you again for the report. Just getting understanding, because obviously originally we felt, and most of that sawdust is untreated, but there were a few treated posts in there. And I see you've tested for things like arsenic, boron, chromium, copper, etc. And in the report also saying it was sampling for PCPs or pentachlorophenol. Were those found? Were PCPs found? I can't find it in the test results, and I can understand those dioxins, but I couldn't see it actually being found apart from saying it was tested for.
Through you, Mayor Nick. So I probably can't answer that question categorically, but what we have got from that report that there are particular chemicals of concern which exceed certain thresholds. And they are some of the CCABs, which were treatment chemicals used in that era, plus dioxins as well. And the five tests that were taken for dioxins, they all came back with positive tests for dioxins.
So my understanding of the situation, having worked on quite a few of these contaminated sites previously as Minister for the Environment, is that the presence of dioxins indicate that the treatment PCPs was used. That's where they most commonly get dioxins from, timber treatment. So it's not that we've detected PCPs in this area, it's rather the presence of the dioxins show that the PCP was used.
With your respect, let me continue asking of the officers there. So I see that dioxins are considered toxic and associated with PCPs, but I see we've got like treated timbers and etc. Like I avoid using treated timber around my garden, but I will continually find posts, treated posts, part of the building, or border posts, etc. So those, in a sense, don't consume. Even the orchards have got treated posts holding up the trees and the grapes. I'm just conscious that it was great that all supported us being very cautious, make sure there's funding there for what could be the worst, but I'm just conscious that we're not overstepping in regards to, I see, once again, it's a few treated bits of timber, you're going to get that anywhere around a reserve, whether they're building or not. And many of those posts holding up the sand dunes will be treated posts. So I'm just conscious that we're testing for the right things, but I don't, unless I'm reading this wrong, I see some of those are fairly minute, and there's a few sort of going above certain thresholds. But I'm concerned at the degree that we're going with this when we haven't found necessary PCPs, and I think we should definitely continue to search. Are we getting overly excited? Because this could lead on to all sorts of issues far greater.
Andrew?
Through you, Mayor Nick, I think that's a matter for you, for the council to debate. We're providing our advice, which is that you should actually allocate funds towards this, and then you can debate that amongst yourselves whether you think it is appropriate. But it is really clear from this report that there are exceedances of a number of different chemicals in here, arsenic and dioxin. Staff do take a cautious approach, which is how we should approach it. And our recommendation to you will remain that you should be allocating unbudgeted expenditure to this.
In the background, the position I take as mayor is that there were national standards that were set for residential, for recreation areas. It is quite possible that the testing showed that we had levels of these chemicals. If they were below those national standards, I would be in Tim's camp and saying that actually, even though they're present, they're not at a level that poses significant risks. The fact that in 11 of the 20 tests, they exceeded the standard for a recreation area, my view is that that is unacceptable, and that's why we need to take action. Now, I was involved in setting those standards as Minister for the Environment, because councils all over the country were struggling with, well, what level do we do? And a lot of money was spent on getting the very best environmental and health advice as to what was those appropriate standards for residential areas as well as for recreation areas. Councillor Stella.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. Just a quick question. I did send this through to you in some form. if this was in, I guess, a more regular terrestrial environment, you'd be very concerned about a leachate plume that's moving away from the site. Perhaps it's a little different because it's mainly in sand, but when it comes to treating or assessing or studying the site, will part of the brief be to detect if the contamination is now out of the sawdust? Because it would be a shame to simply take the sawdust away and then find there's still contamination in the surrounding materials.
Through you, Mayor Nick, I think that is completely appropriate. So any landfill site, I think you always have a question about leachate. And although a large part of the site is actually effectively capped, I suppose, because it is sealed, part of it isn't capped with an impermeable surface. So I think that would be completely appropriate as part of the brief that the substrate is also checked.
Councillor Hodgson, and then I'll have Councillor Bench.
Thank you. I apologise if this is slightly left field, but just to bring us back to our favourite topic of car parking, there's the 3 parking sites kind of up that side of the beach, and it's not too much of an issue for like a dog walker, for example, to wander up from the main park. But I know that area is in summer used a ton by kite surfers, windsurfers and wing foilers. And I'm just wondering if there's any kind of considerations of how we can mitigate the effects on those people and whether there's anything that can be done.
Through the chair, yes, we have continually roped off the area to make sure it's safe. Originally, it was for the fall or the exposure to the sand dunes if young children, for example, were digging in the sand dunes. For the use there, we are trying to keep the car park open. We will close the car park if the investigation deems it as such. But yes, we do recognise the significance of people being able to get down there, and we'll keep it open as we can.
Councillor Bench.
Thank you, Nick. 2 questions and a point of clarification. The clarification, the small piles that Rachel mentioned, so they are from the main pile that have drifted away and been redeposited. Did I get that right?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm interested that you had trouble finding anyone to test it. So is there very little choice when it comes to this? Is there sort of only one person who can test it?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. I arrived in this role about 5 weeks ago, and so my predecessor was doing the role at the time. I'm unaware of how she came to find the person that she did, but I do know that it wasn't started until about January after the August floods, after that work. I'm sure that by the beginning of March they had found somebody. I'm not sure how many people they were able to consider to do this work.
It was just that it was said that one of the reasons, someone might have been Rachel asked about the delay in getting it tested was because you had to find someone who could test it. Andrew's got his hand up.
Yeah, I think I can comment on that. I think if you look at that in the context of the wider issue around responding to the August floods and the slips on reserves and that sort of things, I think that is probably a really minor element in terms of the timing of getting this done. The August floods were the key issue, and you just have to go on to, I think it's Council's website, to find a list of organisations that do contaminated land testing, and there are a number around, so I don't think that would be a major concern.
So there is quite a few. I was simply worried. We ended up in a situation with meth that the people testing were also the people that got the job of cleaning it up, and it was well within their interest to find a lot of meth. And if there's only one tester, it would be the same situation, and it's like putting Dracula in charge of the blood bank. So we've got plenty of testers. That's good. Now the sawdust, I've been down and had a good look. It's actually not the piece that was exposed on the day I went there, which was a few weeks ago, was mainly shavings. off a planer or something. It wasn't sawdust. So it was probably someone making tongue and groove, or I don't know what, but it was nearly all shavings. And the bits of intact timber were gluts or fillets, which wouldn't have been treated. You wouldn't treat a glut or a fillet as a sawmill. So it just to be clear, it's not. I'm not sure where it's come from, this contaminant, because with assuming that it's the pieces of sawn timber that is the contaminant, I don't think we can necessarily jump to that conclusion unless you specifically tested that. The other thing is 1969, and that is when it ended, is a very long time ago. In the early 1960s, we weren't using treated posts on our farm. We were still using yellow pine and concrete. And most posts that were put in the ground that long ago would no longer be treated. It would all be in the ground now, and the post would have gone rotten from the middle out. So I'm wondering, I'm looking at these photos and they're all numbered, but there's nothing to go with them. So I don't know what they mean, but there's far more holes here in the sand than there is in the sawdust. And if that's been there since the 1960s, I would expect to find more contaminant in the sand than the sawdust. So the tests that you did, did a test come from each one of these pits? Is that what they are, or is there a test associated with each one of these pits?
Andrew?
Through you, Nick, I think there was only one question there. It may look like those tests were done in the sand, but you will see even on the front face of that site that there is a cap of organic material over the top of the sawdust.
Yes.
So they took the tests over the entire site, and you will see from that report that each of those pits has results associated with it.
And is there more contaminant in the sand, not the sand on top, but the sand in the halo, as Aaron put it, or underneath, than in the sawdust itself?
So my recollection from reading that report is that the test, the high levels are deeper in the profile.
Okay, so it might not be the sawdust that is the issue at this point.
If you look at the report, the first point is that I'll clarify. The consultant who did the pit work and collected the samples was Envirolink. Hills Lab independently did the testing. And so I don't think we should have any concern of conflicts there. In respect of the profile, you will see that there were samples taken at surface and at series through the depth, Matthew.
Yes.
And it seems quite plain when you look at the profiles and the photos that the high levels of contamination were in the areas where there was, and I defer to you, it's sawdust or shavings or bits of wood, combinations of those. But it's quite clear in the profiles of the test results that they were worst at the mid-depth where the sawdust was most dense.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Rainey.
Thank you. You already answered one of my questions. That is that the car park's currently open, correct? And by way of transparency, I do know the people who run the kite surfing business down there, although unbelievably I'm not a kite surfer, I do know them.
Oh, I thought you were. I'm so disappointed.
Thank you. In the case that it does get closed, I thought firstly, are they the only concession that's on there? There's not a coffee cart or something, is there? Or is there?
Through the mayor, no, I understand that they're only one up at that top car park.
I presume that they would be often an alternative site if it was going to be closed.
Yes, I did see the email coming through. We will work with them. They have a good business down there, so yes.
Good question. Sorry, I had Councillor Rollo and then I'll come to Councillor Skinner.
I'm happy to move the motion, so maybe take Councillor Skinner if he's got a question.
good, Scott. What we'll do is we'll just try and round up the questions, and then I am on this item going to move from questions, thank our officials, and then seek a mover and seconder to the resolution and go through the formal process. Councillor Skinner, questions still.
Thank you. Do we need or will we be doing some more testing? Is that part of, the reason I raise it, I just find it, maybe I'm reading it wrong, it's a wee bit vague. As much as there's detail here, it's a bit vague in regards to the levels. Talks about the levels may have shown that where the product came from was using certain products. But it also says that even though there were raised levels of copper and chromium, they can be naturally generated concentrations that are associated with the ultramafic mountain range, for example. So in one sense, I'm reading numbers which are exceeding certain levels, and yet reports in also saying, well, it's playing the card both ways. This could be quite natural for the area, but then also it's saying certain contaminants shows possibly at the site they are gained from, not the site of the testing. So I'm just a little bit unconvinced completely.
Through you, Mayor Nick, I think that reference to copper, that wouldn't come as any surprise to anybody that that we do have copper in our mineral belts here, but I don't think they talked about arsenic, cobalt, and what's the other one?
It's chromium, boron,
and dioxin coming from our mineral belt. So I think quite correctly, the possibility that the copper came from somewhere else, that couldn't be discounted.
Be completely clear here, boron, etc., does and chromium do. In the background, it refers to that here, but there, that last line with regards to the copper. But I'm also just, it just seems maybe it's written in the table, and for those in less layman's terms, and I see it shows some raised levels, and then I look back at some of those raised levels in the commentaries, so referring back to that could be background, or it's not saying it's detected a PCP, but the dioxin it may be associated with that. And it also has a comment here that that this may lead to that's what was used at the location that the sawdust was taken from. So it's going to be pretty clear. The sawdust itself is pretty much untreated, or believe it's untreated, but there could have been other timbers thrown in with the mix when it was dumped there. Is that a correct assertion? That could be localised?
It is possible. The tests were done into the holes, and I don't think they made a differentiation between whether it was timber or sawdust that the actual test was done on. It was done in the contaminated material pit.
So to the chair as a feedback, I'm pleased that we're taking a cautious approach, and we've done the testing we've done, but I'm just also conscious that these tests, as much as they've shown certain things, they don't necessarily point specifically, and I'm concerned it might be just localised. I hope I'm not wrong. That might just localise some posts or some shavings, as you'd get in any area, and that we I think this needs to be validated further. That's my request through the chair. By all means, do everything financially and appropriate physically to reduce any potential, but I think this needs to be tested further to really clarify some of these numbers, to make sure we're not overreacting, because I'm also conscious if you did some of these digging in certain other areas, we'll have very similar results, and it may be not a risk as great as we are hoping is not the case.
Yeah, the two chemical areas that are over the national standards for recreation are the arsenic and the dioxin. Look, I'm not necessarily opposed, and if it was the officials' recommendations that we do more testing, the only bit I would suggest is that when you've got 11 out of 20 samples showing exceedances, you can test to your heart's content. I don't think you're going to fundamentally change the position, and that is that they exceed the recreational standards. And there becomes a point where, as you're testing, actually spending money on doing the ratepayer a favour just by spending more and more money on testing, where I have pretty much come to the conclusion that the sawdust needs to go. I've got real question marks about it being deposited there in the first place, and now I know there is a level of contamination. That is where my preference is, subject to further advice.
My last question, just to be clear for us in the public, it seems quite a large cost to get around for disposal or removal of that. Can we have a little bit of
Andrew, do you want to comment on the cost of disposal?
Yeah, I'll comment on that, and also in respect to Councillor Skinner's previous comment about further testing. It is quite possible that for our application process for the Ministry of Education Contaminated Sites Fund, which we are starting to look into, they may require some further data that we don't currently have. So that might possibly be part of that phase one work that we're asking that $100,000 for. In terms of the costs, we don't know, Councillor Skinner. We just don't know what the costs of dealing with this are, whether it can be disposed of locally, somewhere else in the South Island, or what other options there are for dealing with these types of contaminants, which, we've heard about bio management, we've heard about blocking them up into fairly inert blocks and that sort of thing. But that's the purpose of this investigative work. We just don't have those answers.
Thank you. And my feedback to the chair is when I'm talking about further testing or analysis, this is where we really need to know, and it's great what we've done, is find out whether it is sort of localised in certain areas, and also what is going to be the need for disposal. And it does mention it here that is quite open in saying that they don't know where and what, and if it'll be accepted before we start putting a cost or a strategy for disposal. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Skinner. I think I had Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, through the Mayor. Risks and disadvantages of not doing anything. Are we? Would we be breaking the law? I'm just wondering, were there any actual legal requirements, and would we be open to a bit of trouble if we went to do anything?
Thanks. That's a really good question, and our understanding in our conversations with Council's regulatory group manager is that as long as we are progressing with our planning around this, then they don't have any concerns about it. It might be different if we weren't actually taking any action around this.
Thanks, Councillor Anderson. Councillor Brand, and then Benj.
Thank you. Just 2 points. First one, just clarification. The Tahuna Reserve Management is 2004. Is that still relevant to what we're working with now?
Yes, that's correct. The RMP is under review at the moment.
Okay, so my actual question is about points 2 and 3 up there. You're asking for unbudgeted and up to in point 3, but we've got our long-term plan coming and the asset management plans around that and budgeted for that. Is any of this unbudgeted expenditure able to be put forward to go into the long-term plan so it isn't all upfront now with the unknown factors of what the cost would be to remove and dispose of the contamination?
Through you, Mayor Nick, I suppose that's possible, and you'll note we're not asking for the whole potential budget required to deal with this. We're asking for the initial work, which we think we need to start now, which is planning for what the short-term and long-term remediation options are. I don't think that can wait till the long-term plan, and then we're asking for that 350,000, which I have to admit is a very rough best guess, given that we don't know what that short-term remediation might be, but allows council to act quickly to protect the front, probably, of that pile of woody debris, so that it doesn't continue to erode. So both of those items, I think we would be trying to resolve before the new long-term plan, which starts obviously 1st of July next year.
Okay, so then my question, I suppose, is for the Mayor. With the unknown factors of, and it's our best guesstimate of unbudgeted expenditure, which is quite substantial. I'm just aware that we could be in this position again with the same people sitting here saying, I know we came and asked you for this amount, now we're asking for 200,000 more. Are we able to do something wording wise or assurance wise that we're not going to be here once they've got further information on what that short-term, immediate and the long-term actions are to, save a bit of time? And
Sorry to depress you, but I will bet you the best bottle of Nelson wine, they will be back and they will be asking for more money.
I know, but we're the ones that have to account to the public who get crying and are constantly crying at the moment about all the unexpected, the unbudgeted expenditure that we are approving and putting out without things. And I'm just aware that this one is done on a little bit of our best guesstimate. And I'd like to have some sort of solid foundation around that to explain to our public of why we are going with such an amount.
Well, the reason that I think this is prudent is that with the area being constantly exposed to erosion, I want Andrew and his team to have the money to be able to do the work to satisfy an application with the contaminated funds. And I want them to move as quickly as possible on developing a short and long-term plan. If we look at the Ministry for the Environment, they have 3 phases to these projects: investigation, then they have planning remediation and doing remediation. And I think for practical purposes, we should think in the same mode. One of the questions that Tim has quite rightly asked, Councillor Skinner, has properly asked, is have we done enough in that investigation space? My argument to Andrew is that in the event that you find you haven't, you've got some discretion from this money that we're allocating to get on with it. In the event that you're moving on into the short term, can we contain it and plan the remediation? That's sort of bit 2. But I've got absolutely no question, and this council should be very upfront that this is a starter, so that you can get the work done, you come up with the solution, and then they will come back to us with a substantive remediation package. This is really only about investigation, planning the remediation, and I'll just add a little bit on top of that, plus any short-term mitigation work that might make sense. So if I just be direct with the council, if Andrew had $150,000 would stop any further erosion short-term, and they could find a solution with your consultants to do that, I would want them to have the discretion to get on and do it. If it was more like $1 million to do something short-term, then I'd be saying, hang on, stop, let's get on to as quickly as possible to the long-term remediation. And so look, it is not ideal to have it so vague today. We made a decision of which I consulted councillors, and that was the moment we had that report on our plate that said the area was contaminated, my view is that we would have been accused of hiding information if we did not disclose it as soon as possible. If you put signs up on that site and said it was contaminated, immediately you had to disclose the report. And so the quid pro quo we've got here is by being very open with the report, both with councillors and the public very early, staff are not in a position where they can answer a whole lot of questions about what the next step is, albeit I still think that has been the right approach. Any further questions? Councillor Ben, sorry.
Thank you, Nick. You said you weren't sure whether you could dump it at the York dump. Whatever this is, it would be treated to H3 at best, although in the early days of treatment, there was dip treating, which was a very unexact science. And God knows what ended up in what proportion in that timber. But now I don't think you can even buy H3. They just, even though the regulations ask for H3, they treat it to H4 so that they only have to carry one lot of stock. And everything that goes in the ground, like retaining walls, piles, that sort of thing, now is treated to H6. And the timber can barely hold on to H6. You have to treat it. H5 as far as you can get it, and then you have to dry it out and treat it again. You can get a bit more in, but all the offcuts and all that stuff go to the dump. So why would you assume that this couldn't go to the dump?
Through you, Mayor Nick, we're not assuming. The York Valley landfill has limits on concentrations, as I understand it, of chemicals that it can accept. And we've already had initial conversations, and some of these concentrations are higher than what they can accept under their current resource consent. Why we say we're not sure whether it can go to York Valley landfill We know that there's a lot of variability across the site in terms of the testing that we've done. So some high tests, some low tests. So, in terms of a mixed product, it's probably considerably lower, we would assume, than those high tests across the board, if that makes sense. So we can't deposit high concentrations above what the landfill can accept, but we've still got further work to do around whether there are other ways that it can be dealt with and then be able to be taken to the landfill, but we don't know the answer to that.
And I think there's another issue we need to be open about, Councillor Benj, and it's this. The H1 to H6 standard was developed in the 1990s in an era where people had become very cautious about pesticides and a lot more careful. The truth is, in the 1960s, is that we used far more higher concentrations of our timber controllants and they were far less safe. And so I do think there is a difference between sawdust that came out of that era and that which is today, where it is far more heavily regulated.
Yeah, I agree. The dip dyeing was a very random thing. Sometimes the timber was covered in green and blue and stuff. Pressure treatment's probably much more accurate now.
Yeah.
But when you say the dump can only take so much, it would depend on what else was dumped there, wouldn't it? As in, it would be a proportion to what's dumped there on a daily basis, because all the stuff's going in there. I don't know how they measure it, but would that be how it works?
Through you, Mayor Nick, I don't think I can really answer that question. That's actually a question for the Regional Landfills Business Unit, which is a joint business unit between this council and Tasman District Council. But what I can say is that we will continue our discussions with them. Assuming council approves this funding today, we will continue our discussions with them as we proceed through our options assessment of what to do with this stuff.
But it will have to go there, won't it? I mean, what else do we do with it?
Well, the option, Councillor Benj, would be that if the resource consents and restrictions on contaminated waste going to York was such that we could not lawfully do it, then you could send it to the Cape landfill in North Canterbury. Now, I'm like you, and that is, there's a huge amount of greenhouse gases, probably of the order of several hundred truckloads of stuff going that far, and we'll be doing more environmental harm as a consequence of that than necessarily disposing it at York. So there are other options. The other option is that some toxic chemicals can be incinerated. They have to be incinerated at very high temperature. It is complicated and expensive. But if you ask me what are the serious options here, one is to York, one is to Cape, and one is by incineration. I think this is preliminary, but if you ask me at this point, what are the options for getting rid of the stuff?
We don't have an incinerator now. The cement works is gone.
That's exactly right. And whether you could export it to a place where there was incineration or bring in an appropriate incinerator, I think that is the more doubtful option. I'm with you. The most probable option is York, but we're yet to clarify what the complications of doing that are.
Thank you.
Other questions from colleagues? Councillor Pakipaki.
Can I go through the mayor? I guess do you think this is a great opportunity for us to start this dialogue back up with the TDC about the East Valley potential? There was a discussions that I was involved with last year, the year before that as well, with this particular thing in mind. Because of course the concept of us where we shipped stuff to Christchurch, that's totally inappropriate. Because we're moving the problem somewhere else, and it's still within our country, and that's to me that's not an option. So, do you think that have you been involved in any of those discussions with TDC, and do you think that is is that a viable option? Because this is not going to be our last rodeo.
Thanks, through you, Mayor Nick. No, I definitely haven't been involved in any of those discussions with TDC, but my acting chief executive may well have.
So through Manic, yes, those are certainly discussions that we are having at the regional landfill business unit, and that's not something that Mr. Andrew White would be aware of. To be fair to him, yes. But there are discussions as to whether this could actually go there. That is a separate issue again.
Yeah. So I guess that's really a catalyst to re-engage with that as further reason to go down that track. But I would also just make sure, and I got an undertaking from you before, just to make sure that it's on the record that when we explore the options, that we do have some a spectrum of how we can address it, because I've been able to obtain them through our business. The business operations I've been involved in quite easily from our contractors. And I will, just the last comment is Marty O'Kane. I've worked with him for a number of years. He has a very high level of integrity and competency. Their organisation has no financial interest in being able to benefit other than the testing themselves. And they're very good, very efficient, very hard to get a hold of.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Because then it's my intention to move on to the debating phase. Thank you very much to staff. Andrew, did you want to make any closing comments?
Yeah, just one closing comment. I should have done it right at the start because I don't think you've all met Hannah.
Kia ora. Hi.
Hannah Kerwood, who is our new Parks and Facilities Manager in her 5th week in the role and has done more than most people would have done in 5 weeks, I would think.
What a fun first issue for you first to come into, Anna.
Indeed, yes.
We're here to challenge you. Thank you very much, and thanks for introducing Anna and for the work of the team. Best wishes on trying to advance this as quickly as possible. Did you have a further comment before I open up to formal debate, Councillor Sanson?
Only I think that Campbell Rollo was keen to move and I'm keen to second.
And I'd like to say something in debate too.
So I'm going to take Councillor Rollo as the mover of the resolution, Councillor Sanson as the seconder, and I'm now going to open the motion for debate. Councillor Rollo? Councillor Sanson first.
He could have right of reply then.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to thank the staff for moving swiftly on this once we identified there was an issue. To yourself also, Mayor Nick, for the level of transparency with the community around this. I think it's really important, and it's really unfortunate that we're in this situation, but I think we are doing the right thing, and I think that is most important. So thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Sanson. Councillor Rollo.
The Deputy Mayor like to go.
Thank you, Councillor Rowland.
Point of order for a moment. We've gone over our allocated time. Happy to resolution. Happy to move from the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Rainey wants to go home. I'll second it from the chair. That council resolves to continue business despite the standing orders and the limitations of times. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
The floor is the Deputy Mayor's.
Thank you. This item's got me feeling a little pious. With the sins of the father shall be visited upon the son. Look, obviously we've got complex technical information in front of us, but I think fundamentally this is quite a simple issue. We have environmental. We've done testing. We have clear displays of toxins that exceed the NESCS levels. We need to do something about it. The testing is, wide-ranging and clearly shows, with every sample taken, dioxins being found, and 2 of those exceeding the NESCS levels. This is something that we don't have a choice about whether or not we act. And yes, no one likes unbudgeted expenditure, but when it's issues like this, you do just have to respond, and you have to respond appropriately. And in this case, taking it incredibly seriously and moving quickly is the only appropriate response. Just another quote, ignorance is the root of misfortune, and ultimately the seeds of this problem were sown a long time ago, and we're going to bear those fruits. But we'll be judged on our reaction to this. And I think that the moves outlined by staff are entirely appropriate. And I thank them for their work. And I hope that we're able to fully resolve this as promptly as possible, because it is by no means providing for, easy rest when you know that you've got an issue sitting in what is a taonga and a jewel out there in our community, and one that I hope we can resolve for the wider Nelson community and for Te Hunanui as soon as possible, and that we won't make any of these mistakes into the future. So we'll say that now. If you've got a whole bunch of sawdust, don't come to us.
Other councillors that wish to contribute, Councillor Rollo.
I'll take my right to reply because if not, we're going to be here all night, I would say. Look, in the last few weeks, I've had to quickly learn up on sawdust, and believe it or not, I didn't think it would be the main contentious issue of Te Nui, but so it seems. Can I firstly acknowledge the staff and me and Nick who joined me last Friday to meet with the Tahuna Business Community Associations and other stakeholders in Te Nui. As I said quite quickly to the Mayor when we found out what the issue was down there, if we want to take the community on the journey with us and have their full support and confidence, we need to play this with a straight bat and let them know what's going on. And so for them to do that, and I know that there was a whole lot of unknowns when we walked into that room, but the response I heard from the community that afternoon and throughout the weekend was council did an excellent job in fronting up to that. So thank you. Why on earth in the 1960s a council allowed sawdust to be placed in such a gorgeous, beautiful area is beyond me. It's a shame that we as a council have to front up to these issues so many years later and go, actually, we're going to step up and get rid of it, even though if we look back on people that went before us, they were the ones who agreed to put it there. I think what we're doing here is a small step in the right direction, but there's going to be a long-term discussion that will follow suit from this. And just finally, a huge credit to the staff. They could easily just, give us a very undetailed report and say, we want the money and move on, but they've given us plenty of facts and figures there. And if you're confused as me in reading that report on sawdust, don't worry because it's very detailed. So happy to move this motion and to the Tahuna community. We'll get your beach safe and enjoyable again.
Thanks, Councillor Rollo. I would just add my comments of just the huge disappointment for such an iconic area to have a problem of this sort. The second I would note is that the levels of contamination are not at the level of many contaminated sites around New Zealand. The sensitivity is actually it's in such an active coastal zone. My last comment would be it is my intention, as this issue moves forward quite quickly, to continuously keep councillors updated. It is how long a piece of string is around those costs. And as that information is gathered by staff, to share it with councillors as quickly as possible so that you can fulfil your governance role over this difficult issue. Any further contributions? It's my intention then to put the resolutions that have been moved by Councillor Rollo and seconded by Councillor Sanson to the vote, all four together at one. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, say no. That concludes the business of council in open session. Is there a councillor who's prepared to move that we move into committee? Thank you, Councillor Pakipaki, or are you stretching? You're moving or stretching? It's dangerous. Don't stretch in this place. You'll get bagged with something. Can I just, I'm moved by Councillor Pakipaki. Did I see, thank you, Councillor Stallard, is seconded that resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Can I just acknowledge our two youth councillors, thank them for coming along. I hope it's been as interesting and entertaining for you as it has been for us. And can I also acknowledge the ongoing work of James in working with you. Can I particularly thank you for your contribution towards the plan change, which I thought was very thoughtful and helpful. It is my intention to take a 5-minute break to 5 to 4, which will reconvene for the confidential business.
Can I just clarify whether in that resolution for moving into confidential we have enabling our visitors from NELMAC?
So can I just clarify in the exclusion motion that was moved and seconded, it is as per page 10. I should have read it more formally, that Rob Gunn, Jane Shedd and Lindsay Cole of NELMAC remain within as the public. The mover and seconder clear that that was just as per the papers? That's clarified. We're all good. 5-minute break. Thank you again.